welcome to all our viewers from whichever the part of the world you may be joining us. We are coming to you live from the CCC Grounds here in Colombo, Sri Lanka. And we are in for the game today between Namibia and Zimbabwe. Right then, it's a bright and sunny day here at the CCC. Nice conditions for cricket. And we all are in for an exciting contest. But before we get into action, the pitch conditions will play a crucial role shaping up today's game. To tell us more about the conditions and what the bowlers and batters can expect, let's head down to the centre where Feroz Ahmed is ready with the pitch report.
Very good morning to all our viewers. We are at Day 3 IMC Over-50 World Cup, the match between Namibia Over-50s versus Zimbabwe Over-50s. We are at the picturesque Colombo Cricket Club, and to take a look at the 22 yards, it's a wonderful wicket, a freshly laid out wicket with a little bit of live grass. But if you see on this area, there is a bit of dustiness, there's a lot of cracks, and the grass is in fact holding on the wicket. I don't think this grass will assist fast bowling. Maybe it will help the fast bowling in the first few overs, but certainly this wicket in the second innings will be tougher to play because there will be some turn, especially in the second innings. The team that will win the toss will certainly look to opt to bat first, post the score, and expect the wicket to slow down and turn in the second innings. When you move in to the wicket, there is a lot of live grass, especially in the center area of the wicket. I'm not certain this would help fast bowling because it's on the shorter side. But when you walk towards the pavilion end, you see similar live grass, but this grass is holding on to the wicket and helping it not break down. But there's the batting area, the good length area has signs of deterioration, and I expect it to slow down and crack when the game progresses. Overall, it's a good batting wicket. The team that wins the toss will certainly look to bat first, post a total, and then expect the spinners to come into play.
Right, that's the pitch report for the day from Feroz. Looks a good batting pitch, a little bit of grass. The pitch should work around a little bit at the beginning, but as time passes by, it should be a good wicket to bat on and go on for a big total.
Yes, a very good morning. We are here at the CCC Grounds as usual. The match between Zimbabwe and Namibia, that was the pitch report given to you by Feroz Ahmed. And like my co-commentator said, Iran said, it is indeed conditions friendly for batting. There are some green patches there, but like Feroz said, it's on the more shorter side. So once it reaches the good length and the full length, it is much more preferable for the batters as the ball slows down and it indeed gets onto your bat, and it helps you if you are the batting side, indeed if you are starting to bat first. So let's decide, and in fact let's see who will win the toss and who will decide to do what. It's time for the toss, and right now let's head down to the middle with Rajiva Veerasinghe, who's ready with the toss.
Here with the two captains and the two umpires here. Here I have Jason Oates from Zimbabwe Over-50s and Darby Hudson-Berg from Namibia Over-50s. And today we have the two on-field umpires, Bob Spats from Wales and Ranmo Martinez from Sri Lanka. So Darby, you have this coin, you can spin it. Okay. Darby, you want the toss. What are you going to decide to do?
We're going to have a bat first. Put up try and put up a score and see how it goes early doors on this wicket, and stay out of the heat.
So, any possible score that you want to make a target for the Zimbabwe Over-50s?
I think anything from 150 onwards can be competitive. Might not be enough, but at least you can get a game out of it, I think.
All right. Good luck for today. Jason, you lost the toss. What would have been done if you win the toss?
I think we probably would have fielded first, to be fair. The wicket looks a bit soft, so it might go to the top a bit early on. We've got quite a lot of spinners, so it'll come out slowly, I think. So it'll be quite hard for them to, hopefully, if we bowl our line and length, be quite hard for them to score. So I would have fielded first anyway.
So, coming after 2 losses, any more new strategies along with this Namibia Over-50s? Because both teams have lost games. So anything new, like any new players coming into the 11?
We've had a few early injuries. So we've had Zimba, our captain, dropped out. But I think we've got quite a good squad anyway. We've got some spinners that have come back in. But actually, the 2 games we've lost, we've batted first. So we're going to have a field first today and see how that works. So I think that in itself is a change-up.
All right. So the news from the centre is Namibia Over-50s won the toss and they elected to bat first.
So that was Rajiv Veerasinghe bringing you the updates with regards to the toss. The 2 captains were on the field, the Zimbabwean captain and the Namibian captain. Namibia won the toss and decided to bat first. So the Namibian team, Captain Davy Hartenberg, L. Fleming, Lestrange, Govs, Theron, Finessi, Titus, Louis Noche, 2 Louis Noches, and Rensburg and Guinness. Zimbabwean team, bowling first. Jason Oates. Well, we've got 2 Jason Oates, Yeah, Donald Mlembo, Mark Saunders, Emmeline Cohn, Mark Bohurst, Craig Parsons, Jimmy White, Nalika Fernando, and Tim Drombus. So the team cards are out. Namibia have won the toss and elected to bat first. Alongside me is Iran Chamil. And our other commentators for the day are Rajiv Veerasinghe and Feroz Ahmed. So Iran, Namibia won the toss, decided to bat first. A good decision?
Yeah, exactly. As we heard from the toss, the pitch report in the morning, looks a batting friendly wicket. There might be a little bit of movement at the beginning, but later on, as we move forward, it should be a batting friendly wicket. So Namibia would surely look to put on a good total when they're out to bat there. Maybe anything about 230 or 240. I would say it's a good score to fight on, and both teams coming after a defeat, they should definitely work hard to get their first win in this tournament. So obviously we do have an exciting, thrilling encounter right in front of us.
You spoke about getting their first win. The Zimbabweans lost the first 2 games, the first one against England and the very latest one against Sri Lanka. That was a bad loss for the Zimbabweans. Namibia also lost their first encounter against the UAE. So both teams are awaiting their first win. So one of the teams will definitely get their first win today. But like you said, 230 would be a decent score. But Namibia seems to have their expectations low because Namibia captain, upon winning the toss, said anything above 150 would be a good total to defend. Interesting comments by the Zimbabwean captain as well, because he said had he won the toss, he would have elected to field first. And judging by the bowling warm-ups, the drills that they were doing at the warm-ups, it should be said that the Zimbabwean team does have some good spin attack. So that's probably why they would have wanted to bowl first as well, because there are some dry patches on the pitch, especially when the ball is on the length and on the full. So they probably will be able to exploit those areas of the pitch, get some spin going on, and put the teams into trouble as well.
So here's a quick look at where the team stands in their respective pools. These are the 2 pools, Pool A and Pool B. And we do have England, New Zealand, USA, Zimbabwe, Sri Lanka, UAE in Pool A, and Pool B having South Africa, Pakistan, Australia, West Indies, India, Wales and Canada. Looks a very strong pool.
It's definitely a strong pool there. Sri Lankans have already won their first game. So it's a matter of winning a game here for both these teams. They haven't really performed to their expectations. They probably would have had more expectations coming into this tournament. The International Masters Cricket Over-50s World Cup started off on the 9th of February. Will go on till the 23rd of February and will be held in Colombo, Sri Lanka this time, the 2025 edition of the Over-50s World Cup. And the encounter today is between Namibia and Zimbabwe at the Colombo Cricket Grounds. Namibia won the toss and elected to bat first. As we await the batters and the fielders on the grounds, as we see the two umpires are walking towards the pitch, Bob Spats from Wales and of course Ranmo Martinez from Sri Lanka. They're walking towards the pitch.
It looks a lovely atmosphere out here in Colombo. Good day for cricket, a bright sunny day, and being a public holiday here in Sri Lanka, I'm sure we might have a lot of cricket fans walking in to witness this wonderful encounter between Namibia and Zimbabwe. As we see, the Zimbabwe field is making their way to the middle.
So the Zimbabwe team, a group of people who are waiting their first win. Same with the Namibian team as well. They haven't really had any chances of winning the previous matches that they played, because if you look at Namibia batting, UAE batted first in their encounter, scored 192 for the loss of 6 wickets. In reply, Namibia were all out for just 113. And in Zimbabwe's last match against Sri Lanka, they posted 154 runs in the first innings, but Sri Lanka in reply chased down that total in around 25 overs, 156, with losing just 2 wickets. So the umpires, like I said before, Bob Spats from Wales and Ranmo Martinez from Sri Lanka, as the Namibian batters are walking down to the crease. A strong-looking batting pair. Hopefully they'll be able to get some runs, particularly from the fast bowling attack that Zimbabwe has. The pitch isn't exactly what you'd expect to help out the fast bowlers. Not Australian conditions, definitely, but Sri Lankan conditions rarely help out the pace attack. So this is the time, the start of the innings. The first few overs would be ideal for the Namibian team to get some runs, get some scores running, and post up a good score before they move on to the spin attack.
The IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025, we have had some thrilling encounters, and we do expect this to be one more of them as well. We have the two opening batters in the middle, all set to play. We have a slip and a gully, and very interesting short extra cover, catching short extra cover fielder as well. Straight away, the Zimbabwe skipper going for the kill. This looks really good. I love his intent of going in positive right at the beginning.
All right, guys, let's play.
All set for the first delivery of the day. White, the right arm pace bowler. And here we are for the first delivery of the day. That was also the off stump, left alone by the batter.
There's interesting conditions up in the sky, because you'd expect Sri Lanka, the Colombo region right now, to have scorching temperatures, scorching conditions, lots of sweat, but there seems to be some dark clouds hovering above the pitch. So these are good signs for the fielders. They're not exactly in their prime, are they?
Once again outside the off stump, a little bit of movement, and left it on decently by Fleming.
So conservative approach by Fleming, letting the outside off deliveries go all the way to the wicketkeeper. White is getting some sort of swing, swinging it out, away from the batter. So hopefully he can get it on line this time.
That's a full length delivery. That should have been put away, I believe. It's a full toss right in between the middle and leg. But Fleming very careful, and maybe just to figure out the conditions, to figure out how the pitch might work as it progresses along. Once again, a full length delivery, driven down to the back cut-off point region. No runs added to the total. Good start by White. 4 dot deliveries on the trot.
Yes, very conservative approach, like I said before. He missed the full toss. He didn't even try to make use of it. And this time around, it was full. It was in the hitting region, hitting zone, but he just conservatively just guided it towards the fielder.
Once again, outside the off stump. That ball keeping a bit low and dying when it reached the wicket keeper. Namibia yet to score a run, yet to get off the mark. Fleming, the opening batter, right-hand batter. A good over so far by White. And rightly, as Feroz mentioned during the pitch report, we are seeing a little bit of swing up front, and that's a maiden to start off with. Namibia, none for none after the completion of the first over.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17249.
Marky up 5 or 10 off there. Jimmy.
Right then, this looks really interesting, as we could see spin right away introduced by the Zimbabwe captain.
Yes, and that's what the captain said in the toss as well, because they would have preferred to field first. And I think they are playing to their advantage, their strengths here, taking advantage of their strengths. And straight away they've opted to bring a spinner from the other end.
This should be really an interesting encounter between the ball and the bat, because obviously Sri Lanka, the pitchers and the grounds, they're always spin-friendly pitchers. And let's see, that's a lovely delivery, floated right up front, and Gauss just trying to drive it past the bowler, but fails.
Oh yes.
Once again, defensively played. Namibia very watchful at the beginning.
He has to pitch it more on the length to get the maximum out of the pitch, to get some spin going on there.
Once again, defensively played by Gauss. Namibia yet to get off the mark. Is very interesting by the two opening batters. They haven't tried any cheeky shots. They're done with 10 deliveries. And Kashula is rushing through the over as well. Very short run up. Very decent action. Left outside the off stump.
So basically anything in front of the pads were very well defended, have been very well defended by the Namibians. But anything outside off have been left as well. So no real urgency in them to score runs as of right now. Understandable, 45 overs the entire match.
Oh my goodness,
That's a lovely delivery. That completes over number 2. It's none for none. 2 overs done, 2 maidens. And Namibia yet to get off the mark. Very interesting. And that should be the first runs for the day. Down the leg side, called wide by the on-field umpire, Ranman Martinez from Sri Lanka.
Yes, you expected those runs to come anyways because the conservative approach that's been opted by the Namibians really wasn't getting them any runs in the first 2 overs, so it had to be an extra coming their way to start off their, to take their scoreboard going.
Once again, a good delivery from White. Right in line of the stumps. Very good bowling. We are coming to you live from the Colombo Cricket Grounds in Colombo, Sri Lanka. You could catch us live on Papare TV, on Dialogue TV, Papare YouTube, papare.com and Papare Facebook live as well. That's a lovely shot. Beautifully flicked down to the square leg boundary for 4 runs. That's a very confident shot from Fleming. Poor delivery. Right in line of the leg stump and nicely flicked away. He never intended to keep it down. Couple of bounces down to the boundary for 4 runs, and that's the first runs of the day from the bat. Lovely looking shot.
Yes, and that's what Patient does. He was making sure that he was getting bat to ball in the previous deliveries. He didn't get any runs coming his way, but that time that the ball was sliding towards leg, towards the pads, he just flicks it over. No harm done for him, no real risk, and he gets 4 runs, and well-deserved 4 runs as well.
That's a lovely delivery from White. A good comeback, hitting that good length, letting the ball do its part, swinging it away from the batter. It's a very good comeback after that boundary. And currently Namibia 5 without loss. Fleming unbeaten on 4. Goes yet to get off the mark. It's once again down the leg side. And missed by the wicketkeeper as well. That'll be a couple of extras added to the total.
Yeah, White putting his wicketkeeper under pressure there. That's the second extra in this over. In fact, the third, because the batters did change their ends. So, an expensive over by White. 2 maiden overs to start the innings by the Zimbabwean bowlers. But White coming back into his second over has so far given 7 runs in just 3 deliveries.
I just feel the ball is keeping a little bit low and dying on the wicketkeeper. Not sure how the pitch will react as the time passes by.
Definitely, it does keep low, but I think the wicketkeeper should also come, maybe take a few steps forward, and so the ball will be carrying towards him in a much more comfortable height. Because we saw both the wide deliveries bowled by White fell short of the wicketkeeper, so it was very hard for the wicketkeeper to hold on to the ball. And the second time around, well, they gave away an extra run.
That's once again a full toss delivery, driven down the ground. Lovely shot down to the long on boundary for 4 runs. That was a poor delivery once again by White after starting off with a brilliant maiden over. And that's full in line with the stumps and beautifully driven down the ground. I would say one of the hardest shots in the cricket book, the on drive down the ground.
Yes, definitely. Again, the ball was a juicy full toss. He just has to make sure he had to present the full phase of his bat, and which he did, and he deservedly gets 4 runs down the ground, passing the mid-on fielder.
That's a loud appeal, but umpire Ranman Martinez says no. That completes over number 3. Namibia 11 without loss.
Look at this.
Ooh. The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning.
Wow. I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
Right then, 3 overs done. Namibia 11 without loss. After a couple of maiden overs, the previous over was quite expensive. 11 runs coming off White's over. We have Fleming back on strike. Both batters have scored a boundary each.
White has been very restrictive in his line and length. He's just bowling a line just outside off. Sometimes it's a bit short because he's trying to skid the ball and send it through. This time it's a bit faster. Sometimes he flights it up, inviting the batters to take that step forward and go for those shots. So that is the approach taken by White right now.
Absolutely spot on. And that's a lovely delivery, floated up and spinning a little bit in. And if you really want to take that real advantage of the Sri Lankan spin-friendly conditions, you need to bowl it right up front, give it a little bit of air, let the ball turn and bounce. So that's really important to focus on as a spinner, to absolutely get everything out of a Sri Lankan spin-friendly pitch. That's once again outside the off stump, left alone.
Just playing the ball on its merit. That's the mantra so far. 3.5 overs, just 11 runs scored.
That's the completion of the fourth over. The second maiden over for the spinner. 4 gone, 11 without loss.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Four was done. Namibia 11 without loss. If you're just joining us, Namibia winning the toss and deciding to bat first. There's a lovely delivery outside the off stump. Throwing his bat out. Gauss fails to make contact. Trying for that expensive drive outside the off stump.
Yeah, they know that White's previous over was expensive, so they are targeting him in Gauss that time. Outside of, I think that's the first time they've actually gone at a delivery that was outside of. They were leaving those deliveries very well so far. So you see the intent coming in right now after 4 overs batted.
That's a poor delivery down the leg side. Not very well collected by the wicketkeeper as well, but does not make any addition to the total, just the wide. That takes the total up to 12.
And that's what pressure does. The batters have been doing very well, so White is trying to make sure that he doesn't concede any more runs. He's trying those extra things, and you can see he's failing to maintain his line and length, the same thing he did in his first over.
Once again, left zone outside the off stump. That's the length he should be hitting consistently, because good length, let the ball swing, leaving the batter.
There was a bit of a skip in the run-up as well. He really did hit the ball on the deck that time to get the maximum out of the pitch, because there is some green on that side of the pitch. So it allows the fast bowler to get something out of the pitch.
That's full and firmly driven, but equally well fielded at short covers. Brilliant bit of fielding. Would have been a boundary if it had just got past the fielder. 12 without loss. And the Zimbabwe fielders out there might be feeling the heat and the humidity as well. It's pretty hot here in Colombo today, and especially high levels of humidity as well. Once again, outside the off stump, left alone.
Yeah, much better line. That's on 3 deliveries just outside of. Lots of cricket happening here at Colombo today. Sri Lanka is taking on Australia right now in the one-day international series, 2-match one-day international series. First match is happening at the Ketaram Stadium, and here at the CCC Grounds, another match of the Over-50s World Cup, Zimbabwe versus Namibia.
Once again outside the off stump, left alone. No score added to total. And if you're a Sri Lankan fan, obviously it's not good news, because Sri Lanka, after 3 overs, are 2 down for 11 runs. And Namibia can't lead 12 without loss. Both opening batters look really watchful. Once again, defensively played and well fielded equally. That completes over number 5. Namibia 12 without loss.
Now on Dialogue Television customers, watch Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 on your mobile without any data charges on the Dialogue View app. Live from 29th January to 14th February. Download the View app and add your Dialogue Television connection today. Dialogue, official sponsor of the national cricket team.
So Namibia Over-50s 12 for 1 after 5 overs here at CCC Grounds in Colombo, after winning the toss and decided to bat first with me, Feroz Ahmed. Good morning, Feroz.
Good morning, Rajiva. So very slow start by Namibia, biding their time. 5 overs bowled, just 12 runs on the board, with White continuing with his gentle off spin.
That's heaved towards the short fire region there. He picked up that ball quite straight to the stumps and flicked it towards the square leg region. Very dangerous shot, Feroz. Cramped him. Yeah, would have cramped him if he hit the pads there. A shot and cut away straight towards the point fielder. So talking about the wicket, and Namibia Over-50s, they won the toss and elected to bat. And huge appeal there, probably struck outside the off stump in line as well.
Just planted his foot across and played all over that delivery. It'll be interesting to see the replay. Completely misjudged it.
Struck on the pads again, and the batters. There you go. Ooh, quite close, but it struck on the inside of the pad. The outside, outside of the pad, so it was pretty much straight. So after 6 overs, 13 for none, Namibia Over-50s.
Mama Gajaman.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are...
So Namibia Over-50s 13 for no loss after 6 overs. So talking about the wicket, there is a bit of live grass as well. Hardly see some turn. As you mentioned, it might turn in the latter part of the day, Feroz.
Yes, sir. I think the off spin is operating in the right end as well. We saw that the wicket, especially from the pavilion end, there's a bit of dryness, lesser grass compared to the far end. So there will certainly be some spin. And again, I think White continues to bowl on the pads.
This is a good bit of bowling. He has a few catching fielders also. I like to see some swing more coming in, tempting the batter to drive outside the off stump and getting off that edge, because there is a bit of live grass as well. And this big ball turns to swing a little bit in the first few overs. Once that pink ball, the shine or the varnish goes off, it starts coming onto the bat pretty easy. That's struck firmly, and it's running away to the boundary. And this is good batting. This is what I was telling. Invite him, but that was quite a bit of inch too short outside the off stump, Feroz.
Absolutely, I think it gave ample room for the batsman to flay his arms, and the batsman obliged. A wonderful shot on the up, pierces the offside field, and a boundary for the batsman. So have you played with a pink ball, Rajiva?
Never. So I played with the white and the red. Pink ball is... I have played in England. There was an orange ball, to be honest. It was a 15-over game in the UK League cricket. The ball was orange.
And how did it behave?
It was swinging. It was swinging. It came onto the bat, and it was pretty hard. Since being a spinner, I couldn't spin the ball at all because it was coming onto the bat pretty much easy. It's a batting-friendly ball, I would say. And it was those festive cricket games on a Sunday. And especially in those kind of leagues, you get those fancy cricket festivals.
I think compared to the red and the white, the pink seems to be a easier ball to sight. Although we play with a whitish background, the side screens are white. It seems to be easier compared to the white to pick the ball.
Yeah, I mean, probably it's a little bit because of the differentiate of the color, and probably it gives that hot pink ball. You just like you want to smash it, and that approach on the ball much more. You see it pretty easy. It's called wide again. That previous delivery where the wide was bowled, you saw some swing there. So that was way outside the off stump. So probably to cramp him up, get some swing, get it driven over extra cover and get those slips playing the part of a good catch behind the stumps.
Well, he's got a slip and a gully. Needs to entice the batsman onto the front foot. This time again on the pads. Batsman has missed out an opportunity to flick it towards the vacant leg side, but nevertheless gets a single. End of 7 overs, 22 for no loss.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinner's cooking out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Mama Gajaman.
So Namibia Over-50s 22 for no loss after 7 overs. At the toss, I was talking to Jason Owens, the skipper of Zimbabwe, and they had a good run, but he was anyway happy to bowl, even if he wins the toss.
A quick single.
Because they lost both games batting first. So this time they want to chase down and try to restrict anything below 150. Would be ideal score for chasing.
Well, quite strange because ideally February and March is perfect condition for the team batting first. Generally it slows down in the second innings, makes batting comparatively difficult to the first innings. So I'm surprised that the team batting first has in fact lost 2 games on the trot.
There's another dot ball there by Kashula. Can you see the figures there? Feroz is bowling his 4th over and has given away just 2 runs off the bat.
Yes, I think his bowls with a better control compared to the right-arm fast opening bowler.
Yeah, seems to be bowling off spinners, but doesn't get any spin off the track. Probably, but the ball is pretty much new, and even the track is a brand new track, so Probably the latter part, you get some spin. That's another dot ball. So,
well,
yes.
Rajiva, you're an off spinner. There's less pivot by Kashula, which is why it keeps on going with the arm. I'm sure you can explain a lot better in the coming overs. The art of bowling off spin. That's
edged, flown in between the slip fielder and the keeper there. Probably another one more run. And that's the end of the 8th over. It was given byes. I thought he got an edge there. So anyway, end of the 8th over. Namibia Over-50s, 25 for no loss.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and the Papare.com.
So Namibia 25 for no loss. Relatively slow start, but they'll be happier with no wickets lost so far. And 9th over being bowled. Interestingly, White will continue in his 5th over, given that it's very hot and humid. I'm surprised the captain has opted to continue with White. Usually, it's better to use the fast bowlers in shorter spells, especially in this type of hot and humid conditions.
Yeah, surprisingly, he's bowling. Probably he's one of the fitter lads there. With
there
you go.
Better delivery.
That's what I was talking about. Tempt him to drive outside the off stump, get some swing, and keep those slip fielders in play. So probably he's one of the fitter lads there.
Yes,
coming in the ball in the 5th over. There you go.
And that particular delivery had some bounce off the wicket as well. An effort delivery by White, bowling his 5th, showing no signs of fatigue. Still running in. Again on the pads, played towards deep, played towards the mid-wicket region. No chance of a single. There's ample protection. Just 3 fielders on the leg side. A long, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a deep fine leg manning the field. And on the off, you have a slip and a gully, and also a shortish extra cover waiting for that uppish drive.
Both these two openers, there you go, top edge. Lands safely. Feroz, both these two batters, they bring the front leg across the stumps, directly across the stumps in straight. So it's a very risk that they are taking. You see, even in the replays, there you go, the top edge, and it lands just in no man's land. It's probably a chance, a life for Gauss here.
Yes, and if you look at that fine last delivery, it was way outside leg stump. You are right. When you plant your foot across, especially your front foot, is facing towards, more towards the point, not even towards mid-off. Yeah. Then you will have to play all around that delivery, and that's what happened in the last.
Yeah, he got the top edge. As well. He gets cramped up himself. He can't just use the balls on the leg side on the middle stump to go on the leg side. He always can go everything on the offside itself. So probably the Zimbabwean bowlers should try and bowl wicket to wicket. Another brilliant delivery. This is what I was talking about. And that's a maiden over there by White. Namibia Over-50s, 25 for no loss after 9 overs.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝ රිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
So Namibia Over-50s, 25 for no loss after 9 overs, and White bowled his last over, maiden over. So Kashula is continuing from the pavilion end to bowl his fifth over. He has just given away 3 runs in his 4 overs so far. So talking about this off-spin action, Feroz, I think he needs to have a firm hold of the ball to spin it. Upishly played the forward defense there.
I think Kashula is comfortable just tossing it, focusing more on placing the ball on the right line and length rather than imparting any spin. So far, he's been successful.
That's upishly played over the bowler's head there for another single. What I can see is now he's trying to mix up the pace. And he's mixing it up now, inviting the 2 batters to go after him. Probably because they are still wicketless. They want to grab one. And still, Gauss is going on a defensive mode. He's faced 29 deliveries just for his 5 runs.
It's been slow going for Gauss. Still finding his feet, pace off the wicket. And Kashula is happy to toss it up.
That's struck straight onto the pads. Got himself yorked, but probably missing leg stump for sure. Another decent economical over. A lot of silence. There you go. Probably got some grip on that. We see some spin coming in, and just was beaten by the keeper there.
That was a wonderful delivery. Bit of spin and bounce, and it was bowled with a flattish trajectory as well. He didn't toss it up. He imparted a bit more effort. That was
clearly missing leg. It
that's
could
right.
have hit the 6th or the 5th stump.
This time beautifully played all along the ground towards mid-off. End of 10 overs. Namibia 28 for no loss.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So Namibia Over-50s 28 for no loss after 10 overs. Quite a slow start here after winning the toss and deciding to bat first. And Kashula bowling 5 overs with 5 runs. And White bowling his 5 overs just for 20.
The only advantage Namibia would be having currently is both their opening batters are still out there. Fleming unbeaten on 15 and Gauss unbeaten on 5. Gauss has been scoring at a very slow rate, 5 runs off 31 deliveries. And as we speak, there are a few other matches happening around Colombo today. The IMC Over-50s World Cup. Canada taking on West Indies and Sri Lanka taking on UAE. South Africa taking on Australia, and England taking on USA, and India taking on Wales.
South Africa, Australia would be a good game. South Africa coming after loss, and then they won 1 game, and even Australia. White continues from the scoreboard end, and that's driven firmly to the boundary. Along the ground towards the extra cover there. Probably this is a tired over. Shouldn't have stretched himself to bowl the 6th over. And skipper opting him to go 1 more over and getting that prize off it. Taking it full, driven firmly. through extra cover there. Brilliant shot there by Fleming.
Interesting call by the skipper, especially looking at the conditions out there. It's warm and humid, and a fast bowler over 50, 6 overs on the trot. It's not really easy, but once again looking at that delivery,
good
taking
comeback.
it away outside the off-stump. Very good comeback by White.
Yeah, it's a good comeback, but still those legs are tired. There you go, getting some swing. Still, he's trying to bowl at that channel, at that same line and length, but previous delivery taking it too full and bowling a full toss there, and Fleming getting a boundary of it.
Fleming looks a lot more confident comparing to Gauss. He's been there for 32 deliveries, but both batters face equal number of deliveries, 32 and 31. But Fleming looks a lot more comfortable against both these bowlers. I mean, 3 bowlers in fact, 2 spinners and a fast bowler. He has been scoring at a decent rate as well. Namibia 32 without loss after 10.3.
Another single for Fleming. He moves to 20 now. So it's very humid and hot there in Colombo today, and continuing to be more drier and drier throughout the next few months as well. And impressive to see these over 50 players playing back-to-back games. Some of them are over 60s actually. They are fit enough coming into this hot weather with these conditions, humid conditions in Sri Lanka, adapting themselves to play these back-to-back games.
I mean, that's the passion you have for the game, right? Like, no matter how old you may be, 20 or you may be 60 plus, but the passion for the game, it takes out all of these things out of the equation, and they're really throwing themselves, putting everything into this game. And White has been a classic example into his 6th over on the trot, and he has been very economical as well. Just 4 runs above. That's another lovely delivery.
Yeah, defensively played, and we're talking about humid and hot conditions. The players will go off for the first drinks break. Namibia Over-50s 33 for no loss after 11 overs.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් ද Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialogue Television නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
ඔස්ට්‍රේලියානු ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා තරග සංචාරය 2025. ටෙස්ට් තරග 2ක් සහ එක්දින තරග 2ක් ජනවාරි 29 වනදා සිට පෙබරවාරි 14 වනදා දක්වා. Dialogue Television 10 ක්‍රිකට් සහ Sony Sports 5 HD ඔස්සේ සජීවීව නරඹන්න. ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීම SMS හෝ My Dialogue app මගින්.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and the papare.com.
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Husa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
So Namibia Over-50s 33 for no loss after 11 overs. Quite a moderate start here by both teams. Namibia maintaining a run rate of 3 runs per over, but Zimbabwe Over-50s haven't managed to pick up any wickets so far yet. Kept it tight, but 1 or 2 wickets will bring them back at the game for Zimbabwe Over-50s, because they haven't given much runs away, Iran.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both teams are posed at an equal position, I would say, at this point, because Namibia, even though they have scored only 33 runs, they have not yet lost a wicket, and that would be the advantage that they are having currently. And from Zimbabwe's point of view, the run rate, they have restricted them under 3, just under 3, and that's the positive point from there. And if they manage to grab a wicket or 2 as soon as possible, Zimbabwe would be right in this game.
Yeah. Looking at the bowling card, see, Kashula bowling is 6th over, and he has given away just 5 runs. Tossed up delivery, inviting Fleming to go after it, but still he's played it defensively.
Kajula has been very disciplined. He has made sure to take the maximum out of this pitch, especially in these spin-friendly conditions. He's just tossing the ball up, giving it a bit of flight and letting the ball turn and bounce. And unfortunately, he has not managed to grab a wicket yet.
Yeah, impressive bowling, impressive figures.
That's the one, Stewie.
And,
once again, a maiden over. It's 12 overs done. Namibia 33 without loss.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
That's my boundary.
12 overs done. Namibia 33 without loss. That was another maiden over right after the drinks break. Both these batters might need to focus a little bit on the run rate as well. And if you're just tuning in, we are coming to you live from the Colombo Cricket Grounds in Colombo, Sri Lanka. Namibia deciding to bat this morning after winning the toss. Batting friendly condition.
Now this one is going to be the
Lovely day for cricket. Bright sunny day. A little bit of dark clouds around the ground, but shouldn't be threatening.
It's very humid here in Colombo. And a few more games happening around, and we see change in the bowling attack now. First change.
I love that Silimidon fielder right in front of the batter's eyes. Should be very interesting. Oh, he's just trying to ball to the field. Trying to ball it in line with the stumps.
So Wagmaria is the new bowler, left arm orthodox. That's a little bit wayward towards the leg side. That's the replay there, way down the leg side.
Gauss might really need to focus on his scoring rate a little bit. 5 runs of 34. Oh, that was a close chance. Did he have a bit of claw on it? We might be able to see it on the replay. Close call.
Probably we can't see anything much from that angle from the replay there.
Sorry.
But
Sorry, Dash.
talk about Wagmaria, he loves to bring the ball in, I suppose, to in the right-hander. So that's why he got that fielder there, catching in fielder. More often, like it's like a short mid-wicket.
Oh, come on, man.
Oh, once
Probably
again,
another
lovely
wide.
delivery.
Yes. So he's bringing the ball mostly towards the right-hander and going a little bit wayward down the leg side there.
He's trying to tag the legs, I guess. Maybe an inside edge onto the pads, or maybe a booming drive, a missed drive, might end up in the hands of that close fielder.
I just heard from the wicket-keeper, that's a line, mate, that's a line. Yeah, so he needs to bring in and make that batter played on the offside. Jesus, there was some spin there.
That's a lovely delivery. I mean, he's floating it up right there, so obviously he might be getting a lot of spin and bounce. And
Yeah, he needs to bring his engine pumped up here, get it started, and we might see more good deliveries from Wagmaria here.
I'm a bit concerned of the game plan, of course. He's 37 of 5. What might be running in his mind right now? That's another wide delivery. Missed by the wicketkeeper as well. The batters are crossing over for 2 more runs as this fielder just... Oh!
Is that a bit miscommunication here? But Fleming Crosses easily there. Quite a few extras here by Wagmaria in this over. In fact, all the 5 runs have been extras. Nothing coming off the bat yet.
Yeah, into the 13th over, and we already have 13 extras. That's not really a good number by the Zimbabwe bowlers and the fielders. They need to be more focused and more attacking. Fleming unbeaten on 20, Gauss unbeaten on 5. Gauss has been really watchful, but he will need to really accelerate at some given point.
Taking that top page, that was I was talking about, getting his... we'll get back to that. So after 13 overs, Namibia over-50s, 30 for no loss.
England's finest return to the subcontinent. India rises to the challenge. England Tour of India 2025, 22nd January to 12th February. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
So 38 for no loss after 13 overs. We see another bowling change from the pavilion end. Is it Nalaka Fernando? Looks like it.
Finally, White getting a break after 6 overs on the trot. Nalaka Fernando. Just trying to confirm who the new bowler is. 14th over in progress. Right arm off spinner. Driven down to the mid-wicket region. And the batter is trying to cross off for 2 runs, but turned back by Fleming.
Very familiar name, Nalaka Fernando. And Sri Lankan playing for Zimbabwe there. Tossed up delivery.
Looks a very decent action.
It reminds me of Ruan Kalpage.
Exactly.
It reminds me of Ruan Kalpage. Runs in and bowls his off spinners. Tossed up delivery. There you go. That's the first wicket. And
was he bowled or looks
yeah,
like?
It's been bowled. Yeah, tossed up delivery, inviting him to go over extra cover, getting that inside edge, bat and pat through, and brilliant delivery. That's the first wicket gone. Yes, top of the off stump, and dislodging the bails there. Brilliant off spinner's delivery.
Just a lovely delivery, beautifully flied at getting that huge amount of turn, beating Fleming completely for turn, and Fleming, the successful batter, has been bowled for 20. As Namibia loses their first wicket. Fleming, the informed batter, just going for that booming lofted drive outside the off stump. Right after he saw that delivery floated right in front of his eyes. Nalaka Fernando being the successful bowler. Change working for the Zimbabwe skipper. Managed to grab that first wicket. 39 for the loss of 1 wicket. Now it's going to be really interesting because the inset batter Fleming, who was scoring at a good rate, has been dismissed
can see a few supporters here for the Zimbabwe team here. It's a perfect off-spinner's delivery, inviting him to drive, getting that ball right through the bat and pad, and hitting the stumps, top of the off stump, in fact. I was talking about Nalaka Fernando. He has remind me of an action Ruan Karpake played for Sri Lanka. He gets some spin. Nalaka Fernando here, bowling it very slow and getting spin early part of the day in this track here at CCC.
Being a Sri Lankan, I guess he might be knowing all of these conditions very well. That's a juicy full toss and being put away down to the long odd boundary for 4 runs. Poor delivery from Nalaka Fernando. He was keeping it really tight during that over, but unfortunately turning out to be a full toss. And shouldn't be that kind of delivery for a new batter. Easy pickings.
Lose up delivery, and after picking up that first wicket, there you go. Plenty of spin there. That was way down the leg side.
I mean, that's a considerable amount of spin in that delivery. He's just bowling it. Oh, that's a lovely delivery.
My God, that's a brilliant off-spinner delivery. Turning out to be, though he gave that full toss and got 4 runs off it, and returned the next ball with a comeback delivery. You get the wicket as the second wicket gone for the Namibia Over-50s. Interesting to see the straight up replay. There you go, hitting the stumps completely. Receive the batter there. And that's the second wicket for Namibia Over-50s. They're 44 for 2 after 14 overs. So we have Javi Hudson-Berg coming in at number 4 for Namibia Over-50s. They're 44 for 2. At one stage they were 39 for no loss prior to this over. Couple of wickets got Zimbabwe back at the game. I was talking about it. Few overs because of the run rate they had. The run flow was pretty much slow. But couple of wickets will cramp up the team more. And that's what the Zimbabwe bowlers have done. This is the last wicket. There you go. Spinning. Seems to be like Muralidharan here.
That's not good batting by the batter as well. Huge gap between the bat and pad, but take that away. What a delivery by Nalaka Fernando. Huge flight.
Yeah, Iran, the line of the batter was simply straight on just in front of the stumps, where it should have been covering the stumps outside the off stump, and he would have hit the pads and probably wouldn't have got himself out there. His line with the ball is poor at that moment, so he came right straight through the wickets instead of going outside the off stump and getting that gap between the bat and pad and paying the price of hitting the stumps. And this is good bowling. Nalaka Fernando picking up 2 wickets, both in a similar fashion here.
That's lovely bowling once again. I mean, now we can see that, you know, the body language of the Zimbabwe players has gone up. They're very active, running around, cheering every delivery.
In fact, plenty of close infielders. Hardly we can see a few boundary fielders in the boundary lines. And plenty of fielders catching positions And getting that pressure. Jason Rhodes building it. Held their nerves, the Zimbabwe bowlers. At one stage, they bowled their first 10 overs for just 28 runs. And now, after 14, they are on the 15th over, 44 for 2. And come back strongly by the bowlers. Tossed up delivery, probably called wide. Yes, completely missed by the keeper there. Not getting that bounce off the track. Yeah, given wide there by Ranmo Martinez, the on-field umpire from Sri Lanka.
The bowlers have given away a little bit more extras. Apart from that, they have been very decent. But if they could make sure that they maintain that decent line and length and cut down those extra runs as well, I mean, the Zimbabwe team, they are right up on this game.
Yeah, I need to see Wagmaria getting that struck on the pads, probably missing down leg. And so I want to see Wagmaria giving that support to Nalaga Fernando. I mean, getting him previous over, Nalaga Fernando picking up 2 wickets. That's a replay. Pitched outside leg stump probably and missing leg stump easily. Tossed up delivery. Heaved it towards mid-wicket. And a good stop. There by the fielder. So Wagmaria needs to keep it tight and let Nalaga Fernando get those attacking deliveries against those Namibia batters. Oh, getting that edged straight to short third there.
I mean, that's the line and length he should be bowling.
Yeah, he needs to be more accurate in those lines. And so far, Wagmaria has given away 7 or 8 wides. And he's on bowling his second over.
He just needs to maintain that good line and length. He has a good classic left armers action.
Yes, that's the line and
That was a little bit flatter.
Did you hear Iran from the stump mic from the wicket keeper? Yeah, that's a line and length, man. So that's what he needs to do. Keep it tight. Doesn't want to give much trouble to the wicket keeper bowling here and there on the both sides of the stumps.
That's down the leg side.
Straight to the short fine field, and that's the end of the 15th over. 46 for 2, Namibia over-50.
ඔස්ට්‍රේලියානු ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා තරග සංචාරය 2025. ටෙස්ට් තරග දෙකක් සහ එක්දින තරග දෙකක්. ජනවාරි 29 වනදා සිට පෙබරවාරි 14 වනදා දක්වා. Dialogue Television 10 Cricket සහ Sony Sports 5 HD ඔස්සේ සජීවීව නරඹන්න. ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීම SMS හෝ My Dialogue app මගින්.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinner's cooking out. Thursdays on Food Network.
That's the end of the power play. 15 overs done. 48 for the loss of 2 wickets. And we have Nalaga Fernando back in action. The successful bowler picking up 2 wickets in his very first over.
So Nalaga Fernando's Sri Lankan connections are really helping out here because his spin bowling has been extremely powerful in this bowling lineup. He's picking up 2 wickets, changed the course of the game. Zimbabweans, I beg your pardon, the Namibia batsmen are struggling to pick him up, and that's exactly what the pressure has done for them. The opening bowlers in the first few overs of the day, especially the 10 overs, they've only conceded around 20 runs.
Oh, yes, Nando.
That's huge amount of flight. I mean, he's throwing it right up there. Very interesting by Nalaga Fernando. He's trying to gain a lot of spin and bounce out there. Really interesting to see how he's going about this. Oh, that's flatter. That's fast and flatter. He's mixing it up very nicely.
That's smart ball in there, and that's a ripper, an absolute ripper. It just goes through the batter, batter rightfully leaves it. Had it been a bit towards the stumps, the batter would have definitely been in trouble. Still the opening batter on the crease. The Zimbabwean bowlers are piling up the pressure and making sure that the runs aren't flowing, so that the Namibia batters are forced to eventually, at some point in time, to go for these runs, which opens up their defense. That's time again a ripper, sending it through there, but it's towards the leg, so it's nicely flicked towards the fielder. No runs conceded, and that ends the 16th over. Namibia 49 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Husa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of Gulf Coast and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
16 overs done. That's a lovely delivery.
Nice dash. Lovely line, Dash. Give him there. Like that, Dash, man.
Papare, the left arm off spinner, into his 3rd over.
Oh,
giving
yeah,
a
Dash, that's fine.
bit of flight, driving it down the ground. Very well fielded.
Great effort.
Throwing himself, the mid-on fielder. This is what we expect.
Nice dash.
Being over 50, throwing them around, enjoying the game of cricket.
Yeah, showing the agility despite their age. In over 50, it doesn't matter. As long as you have the passion towards the game, you'll do anything and absolutely everything it takes to win matches and play good cricket.
Oh, yes, Dash. Nice, Gav.
Nice, Gav.
Some good fielding by the mid-wicket fielder.
So that's 50 up for the Namibians for the loss of 2 wickets. Yeah, a run rate just about 3 runs for an over. That's a huge hike. Fails to make contact.
And
Looking at
there
that
you
delivery.
go. There you go. The pressure piling up, forcing you to go on to shots. You didn't really see those cross-batted shots throughout the entirety of this innings, but now 2 wickets down, 50 runs only on the board. It's almost the 70th over that's currently in play. There you go. You have to go for runs because the Namibia captain wanted 150, so the players have to respond.
That's a lovely delivery once again. Biting the surface, giving it a huge amount of flight and getting a lot of spin and bounce. Is lovely bowling by both the spinners. Look at that. Oh yes, that's lovely.
Absolutely
That's
brilliant.
a classical delivery by left arm orthodox bowler.
Darshan Wagmaria and Nalak Fernando bowling left arm and right arm combination from both the ends. Absolutely ripping the ball, taking maximum advantage of the conditions of the pitch and giving no room for the Namibian batsmen to score runs. And that ends the
17 overs done. Namibia 50 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritty. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
That's a loud appeal. Nalaka Fernando creating lots of problems to the Namibian batters.
clueless. The batters are absolutely clueless. These 2 bowlers from both ends are ripping the balls. The revolution in the balls are so much as sending it through there with different paces, varying the pace,
Once
varying
again,
the
a close
flight.
ball.
The batters are absolutely surviving out there. It's like a war. They've declared war, and the defenses are crumbling right now. The attacks, the missiles are coming their way, but the Namibian batters, so far so good. Only two have gone through and hit the stumps and broken their defenses. But it's coming close. It's coming. And Nalaga Fernando knows that as well.
Once again, Nalaga Fernando flighting it right up. Batter coming down the track. And just manages to get an inside edge down to the short scarlet region and crosses over a single. Nalaga Fernando, he's been mixing things up. One delivery, pushing it through fast and flat. And the next one, giving it a bit of flight, getting the ball to talk, biting the surface a lot. The batters are finding it really hard to read this bowler. It has been really good bowling by Nalaga Fernando.
That's a beautiful flight he gets. It's amazing what he does. Even Nalaga Fernando is 55 years of age. He's getting that ball to go up and spin in. And to continuously do that with maintaining that same line and length, that's absolutely amazing to see a person of that age doing that. And that is what the Over-50 World Cup gives us. For us cricketing fans, absolute action that time. The ball rips through the air.
Oh, rare. Poor delivery by Nalaga Fernando. Way outside the off stump. Wicketkeeper fails to collect it. And that's 4 byes. That's not a good side after 2 brilliant overs. Grabbing up 2 wickets. Poor wicketkeeper finding it really hard in both ends. Giving his best but fails to grab it up. So that's 5 runs added to the total. And 5 extras.
Yeah, asking too much from the wicketkeeper there because it was a relatively faster delivery compared to the deliveries he bowled before. And way outside that white line. So the wicketkeeper had a lot to do. You're asking way too much. The bowler has to support the wicketkeeper. Nalaga Fernando has to get his lines correct.
That's a ripper once again. That's a beauty. That completes over number 18. Namibia 56 for the loss of 2 wickets.
ඔස්ට්‍රේලියානු ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා තරග සංචාරය 2025. ටෙස්ට් තරග 2ක් සහ එක්දින තරග 2ක් ජනවාරි 29 වනදා සිට පෙබරවාරි 14 වනදා දක්වා. Dialog Television 10 ක්‍රිකට් සහ Sony Sports 5 HD ඔස්සේ සජීවීව නරඹන්න. ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීම SMS හෝ My Dialog app මගින්.
$18 overs done. Namibia 56 for the loss of 2 wickets after winning the toss and deciding to bat first. Papare, the left arm orthodox bowler, once again back in action.
An absolute beautiful delivery. That time the angle again from which he delivers the ball, that time wide from the stumps. He's getting that angle in, but still managing to spin the ball away from the batter. That's good bowling from Papare, really complementing what Fernando is doing on the other end.
That's a lovely delivery again. Quick single taken. I mean, this is really important that the batters run through quick singles if they're finding it hard maybe to put away the deliveries. If they're finding it hard to read the bowler, the ideal way would be just maybe push it to the gaps, available gaps, and grab few singles just to ease the pressure a little bit. Once again, flight it outside the off stump. Goes for that booming drive. Not good timing.
That's a big dive by the batter as well. Absolutely brilliant to see those scenes. Trying the absolute best to survive on the crease out there and not give away their wicket. So like you said, Iran, yes, they're forcing, the Zimbabwean bowlers are forcing them into shots and they have to go for those singles. That's time. Absolute brilliant. Now the wicket keeper.
Bit of fumble.
Yep, had he been behind the stumps, maybe he might have had a chance, but again, the reaction speeds are also with this age are relatively slow, but again, it's good to see them absolutely giving it all. Such a wonderful dive. You want to see those normal plays you see, even childhood plays, village cricket or backyard cricket rather, plays happening even amongst these men who are playing the Over-50s World Cup. And to see that happening like that is absolutely, as a cricketing fan, an absolute brilliant thing to watch.
That's another lovely delivery, flighted up, but beautifully played and well fielded equally. Down at the short fine leg region. That has managed to cross over another single. It's just been a quite decent partnership between these two batters after losing quick 2 wickets. Goes unbeaten on 12. He has been out there since ball 1, so he should be able to help the team to add more runs to their total. He should take on the responsibility of being there until the end, since he has been out there for 58 deliveries. Hudson-Berg unbeaten on 1. It's another lovely delivery. Half-hearted appeal. And that completes over number 19. Namibia 59 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
19 overs done, 59 for the loss of 2 wickets. Gauss and Hudson-Berg at the crease. Namibia deciding to bat after winning the toss.
So Namibia dealing with singles, both Gauss and Hudson-Berg. Singles, Hudson-Berg are very, very, very slow. So just 1 run off of 13. Gauss as well, actually. 58 deliveries faced. That's a lot of deliveries to face as a batter. Score only 12 runs. But a lot of runs have been coming through extras for Namibians. The only reason why the score board says it's 59, it's because of those extras. Those extra wides and 4 runs, byes. And that's how Namibians have been collecting runs, because boundaries off of the bat have been scarce. They've been going for singles, miss hits, especially against these 2 spinners, Maria from one end and then Fernando from the other end. Off-spin combination, right arm, left arm. Something Gautam Gambhir would have been proud of, because he is the one who's looking always for right-hand, left-hand combinations while batting. But this is, of course, a bowling combination, something similar to what Jadeja and Ashwin used to do. We'll have to say used to, because Ashwin is no more in the international cricket scene, as we see Fernando back into the attack.
That's short and pulled down to the mid-on region, in fact, just for a single. I mean, these 2 batters, might be their plan is a little to hang out there maybe until the 30th or the 35th over maybe, and then try to launch if possible. That's another lovely delivery from Nalaka Fernando, giving it a bit of flight after that short delivery in the first up.
So it's just over 3 runs per over. The ideal target for the Namibians was anything above 150.
That's again a huge hike, trying to play across the line. Not an ideal decision to play across the line for a spinner who is turning the ball really well. Nalaka Fernandez, a successful bowler.
Oh, yes.
That's again
That's a beautiful
beautifully
ball, Nando. Just keep it
plays between the square leg and the mid-wicket fielder.
Backing up.
running down. Should be a couple of runs, taking the total up to 63 now. Goes showing a little bit of positive intent, trying to go a little bit hard, trying to be a little bit aggressive. I mean, I would like to see that. Oh, that's a poorly down the leg side. Called wide by the umpire. .64 for the loss of 2 wickets. We have had a very slow start from the Namibian team. Once again, floated outside the off stump, left alone. Goes showing no interest in throwing his bat outside the off stump. Oh, that's once again a lovely delivery. And that completes over number 20. Namibia 64 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Husa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
So Namibia Over-50s 64 for 2 after 20 overs. Gauss sticking there. Faced 62 deliveries for his 15 alongside with the skipper Davi Hatzenberg. So I have a guest here, Ken Joseph from the Namibia Over-50s. Good morning, Ken. How are you feeling here in Colombo with this warm weather?
Oh, it's a little bit difficult, but we just have to adapt. A pleasant good morning to all the listeners, and it's a pleasure being here in Sri Lanka.
So Ken, probably that's the third wicket. Davi Hatzenberg trying to defend it, coming down the track, and the ball getting some spin. And Maria picking up his first wicket. And Namibia Over-50s 64 for 3. And talking about the batting performance here, Ken.
I think they're a bit tentative, and they got to trust their technique and go after the bowling, because the bowlers are allowed to be settled. So they have allowed the bowler to settle, and that's the problem right now. So they're too defensive. They need to be more aggressive.
Yeah, what I can see, that's Davi Hatzenberg departing for 1 and 64 for 3. So Ken Joseph, so how long have you been in Namibia and talking about cricket back in the days? Have you played any club cricket or for any?
Well, I'm originally from Antigua. Unfortunately for me, I migrated to the States at 11, but I was already at my club team, Bendo's Cricket Club, from a 10-year-old. I was the youngest guy who went on tour to Montserrat. And then unfortunately, my family migrated to the States. And I only started playing cricket again when I migrated to Namibia 12 years ago. And I was a founding member of a club 7 years ago, the Mambas Cricket Club.
That's in Namibia?
In Namibia.
Yes. Oh, that's nice.
So I only played 1 year of club cricket in Antigua.
That's impressive, Ken. And you opened the bowling for the Namibia Over-50s, and I saw you bowling against the UAE team. Had quite an impressive nippy action, as well as some outswingers.
Yes, I got a bit of movement in that game. Hopefully I can continue to do that in this game as well. But our batters have to give us something to bowl at.
Yeah, even I'm a bowler. I'm an off spinner. I like the batters scoring runs and the bowlers taking wickets. That's the part of the game. So you don't ask the bowlers to score runs and get the bowlers to do the same thing while bowling as well. So the Namibia Over-50s, they have probably another. That struck full. Huge appeal. Interesting to see that replay.
Yes, it was quite close, but maybe it's umpire's call.
That's very close there. Would have been bat, but the bat was right behind the pads there. So probably the hot spot would have given us a clear idea of it.
Yes.
Sadly, we don't have DRS or hotspot in this tournament, Ken. So talking about you original from Antigua.
Yes, home of Viv Richards, Andy Rabot, Richie Richardson, and Curtly Ambrose, to name 4 of the best players ever to play for West Indies. A country of only 75,000 people. And to produce that sort of cricket players, we're like, very proud to have produced. I mean, for us, Viv Richards is the best batsman of all time.
Yeah, I agree to that. Vivian Richards, I mean, he's one of the classy batters, all-time favorites for any cricketer.
Fearless.
Fearless. He comes without a helmet, I suppose. Yes. Yeah, I remember. I'm not that old, to be honest, but I have followed. So that's the end of the 21st over. Namibia Over-50s, 64 for 3. So 64 for 3 after 21 overs. I have with me the Namibian opening fast bowler Ken Joseph here with me. Talking about Ken Joseph, reminds me of another Joseph who played for West Indies and is still currently involved with a lot of league cricket. And one of the promising quick fast bowlers, very aggressive fast bowler, Azari Joseph. So what's the connection between the Josephs here?
Yes,
Ken?
His father is my dad's cousin, so I guess that makes us second cousins.
So all the Josephs are fast bowlers.
Yes, and Joseph actually is the most popular last name in Antigua. There's 3 Joseph from Antigua who played Test cricket.
Really?
Alzari, Sylvester Joseph, and also Dave Joseph.
Yep. Talking about fast bowlers, Sri Lanka is more prominent for spinners.
Really? That's my guy.
Yes. Talking about the spinners, off-spinner for Zimbabwe, Nalaga Fernando. He's getting a lot of grip and turn off the track. See, you can see the replay here. Yeah, this reminds me of a very old age off-spinner for Sri Lanka. There you go, grips and gets off that bite and turn. And what do you think about this off-spin and getting the...
I think he's fantastic. I mean, he has gotten to the 2 wickets so far. And it seems like he's turning the ball as well into the batters.
Yeah, he brings the ball into the batter, the natural off-spinners coming in and trying to crush the stumps, similar to Muralidharan. There you go, trying to sweep it and just taking off the inside edge there probably. So we'll get back after this ball, after the break, talk about the Namibia cricket, how they form the Over-50s team. That's driven firmly to mid-off and dot ball to end the 22nd over. Namibia Over-50s 65 for 3.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් the Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD. ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂන් නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and the Papare.com.
මම ගජමෑන් මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and the Papare.com.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ඔස්ට්‍රේලියානු ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා තරග සංචාරය 2025. ටෙස්ට් තරග දෙකක් සහ එක්දින තරග දෙකක් ජනවාරි 29 වනදා සිට පෙබරවාරි 14 වනදා දක්වා. Dialogue Television 10 ක්‍රිකට් සහ Sony Sports 5 HD ඔස්සේ සජීවීව නරඹන්න. ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීම SMS හෝ My Dialogue app මගින්.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialogue Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
So we're back live from the CCC Grounds. So those are the fixtures today. And the Pool A games, 3 games in the Pool A and 3 games in the Pool B. So England taking on USA at the St. Thomas College Mount Grounds. Namibia, Zimbabwe in here at CCC Grounds. So Sri Lanka doing well and playing against UAE at the Pusa Grounds in Bandaragama. And the Group B matches, South Africa, Australia, will be a tough game at BRC Grounds. And Canada playing the West Indies at the MCA in Colombo 7. And India playing against Wales at the Coles Cricket Club, Colombo 5. So with me is Ken Joseph here. So talk about, Ken, the development of the Namibia cricket and even the international team. And they have performed tremendously well in the international arena in T20 formats and even the 50 over formats. Still, though being an associated nation, is it bold? Yes, so that's the 4th wicket for the Namibia Over-50s. Just after the break, the first delivery, Wagmaria picking up Gauss. He faced 59 deliveries for his 16. And Wagmaria picking up the 2nd wicket. And Ken Joseph is with me here. So Namibia 65 for 4, a little bit trouble at the moment, Ken.
Yes, we're in serious trouble. We just need this next batter to come and consolidate so that the bowlers need something to bowl to.
Yeah,
so this is consolidation time. I know the overs are going, but we have to consolidate.
Half the batting overs are remaining because we are in the process. Dion Gauss departs for 16, facing just 60 deliveries.
Slow and steady. But more would have been expected of him as the opening batsman as well.
So Ken, talking about the Namibia cricket build-up, and what I know is the 2027 World Cup is coming up in South Africa and Namibia, Zimbabwe. So how is the development in the arenas, like ground preparations in Namibia?
Well, I mean, we are building our first natural cricket stadium and a high-performance center. So, I mean, it bodes well for Namibia in the long run. And we're excited. We're excited to be a co-host of this tournament, and hopefully going forward, this can get more interest in the sport in Namibia. I mean, we're just a population of 3 million people. Where only 7% of the population partake in this sport.
Yeah, I have seen Erasmus is the current skipper for Namibia. He is one of the good batters. He plays in the leagues. And I think David Beese was one of the promising all-rounders in the arena at the moment. And is he retired?
Yeah, I think David he has retired from the last World Cup of the T20.
Yeah, but
Erasmus is still the captain. Matter of fact, his dad was the manager of the Over-50 World Cup in South Africa 2 years ago in Cape Town.
In Cape Town,
yes.
So
a manager.
Did you play in the same tournament as well?
Yes, I was there as well. And his dad also played as a player manager.
Oh, that's nice.
Francois Erasmus. He's been a cricketing administrator for Namibia for more than 20 years.
That's the last wicket, getting that flick off the pad and paying the price of crashing it to the stumps. Dion goes, was departed for 60, was being the anchor role for the Namibia Over-50s. Currently, we are in the process of the 23rd over, and that's 65 for 4. We got 2 new batters. Can need to build a score now. Back to the game. Talking about this game, and you all had a loss against the UAE in the first game, and this is the second game.
So this is a must-win for us. Because we had UAE in trouble at 47 for 5, and then they got on to get to 194.
Oh, yes, yes. Just go on. I'm happy with that.
And then we were bowled out for 114.
So that's off mark for finish there. And to the end of the 23rd over, 66 for 4, Namibia Over-50s.
Look at this. The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
So the 24th over in progress. Namibia 66 for 4. And it'll be Fernando to continue. Right arm off spin. I think these two spinners have bowled well in tandem. Beautiful action. Nalaka, the right arm off spinner, reminds us of Ruan Kalpage. And the left arm spinner has also been very impressive, Vag Maria. Your thoughts on the game, Vibuda?
Yes, definitely the two spinners from both ends have been piling up the pressure. The right arm offie and then from the other end, the left arm. You know, it is a similar combination to Ruan Kalpage. And on the other end, it reminds me of Monty Pandisa from England, who used to play for the English cricket side. And now you can see the wickets are falling. The defense, honestly speaking, the Namibian batters did not have any response for the spinners. Once they actually start ripping the delivery, getting the revolutions in, changing the pace, but the lines and lengths have been supreme by both the bowlers.
Absolutely, and you can see both the bowlers getting that pivot going. Lovely flight and control of the ball. And the wicket too is helping them out. There is a little bit of spin and bounce, but these two bowlers have bowled well, not afraid to toss it up.
Yes.
And impart some revolution on the ball. And these two have brought in some balance. And there was a relatively good partnership for the opening wicket. But ever since these two have been introduced, it has been tough going for. That's a wonderful delivery. That ripped in. Right arm off spin. Nalaka pitched out at off stump.
Yes.
And sharp turn. And Hennessy played all ends up. Was bowled comprehensively. Namibia in a spot of bother. 68 for 5 at the end of 24 overs.
Yes, was caught in two minds there. Didn't know whether to commit to the front foot or go to the back foot. But the ball was absolutely supreme. And that's what they're doing. The Namibians have been very defensive. And now they are somewhat out of their depths because they have no response or no answer actually to what they should be doing right now, because they haven't taken any risks to start off the match. They've been very conservative. That gave them some runs and gave them some stability in the first 10 overs or so. But as soon as that first wicket fell, as soon as the two spinners, Vag Maria and Nalaka Fernando, came on to bowl their respective overs, that's when Namibians have started really struggling, because the runs, even though it says 68 on the board, were mostly off of extras and wides.
Yes, you've got to give credit to Nalaka Fernando. He lives in Zimbabwe, and a notable feature is that he represented Dharmaraja College, Kandy, yes, and was a representative of the Sri Lanka under-19 team that toured Australia. No wonder he has the skills.
Yeah, exactly.
And he was, in fact, the schoolboy cricketer of the year in 1989 and represented the Kandy district zonal team, the Kandy under-23s in 1991, and also represented Sinhalese Sports Club, also known as SSC. Not easy to get into SSC, so you've got to be skilled. You've got to be a wonderful cricketer to represent SSC back in the days.
Yes.
And no surprise, Nalaka Fernando is showcasing his skills and abilities despite his age. He's 55. And in the meantime, Vag Maria will continue bowling his 7th over. these two bowlers, I know you mentioned that Namibia have been on the defensive mindset, but you've got to give credit to Wagmaria and Nalaka Fernando as well.
It's Wagmaria as well complimenting. He hasn't taken the wickets as much as Nalaka Fernando, but he's been complimenting him very well, piling up the pressure from both ends. It's very what happens is it's very easy for the other bowler because he doesn't have to pile up that pressure. He doesn't have to do that. Now what he has to do is maintain his line and ends and be very aggressive with the bowling. And like you said, playing for SSC, which is in the neighboring grounds there, it's not an easy task. Representing Dharmaraj itself, under 19 cricket teams, not an easy task. And he certainly uses Sri Lankan connections to maximum use because he knows how to maximize spin bowling in spin conditions like Sri Lanka, especially on this pitch.
Beautifully bowled by Wagmaria. That kept a little low. And in the cross, not the ideal shot to be playing with the wicket is spinning.
And you can also see why the Zimbabwe captain said, okay, even if we had won the toss, we would have opted to bowl first. Because they know they have a good pair of spin bowling in their ranks, and you can see why.
Beautifully bowled again, this time a little outside off stump. Again, you see the slowness of the wicket. There's a bit of spin. I mean, I expected this wicket to deteriorate and get the spin, but I didn't expect it to be this early. Batting second won't be easy, so Zimbabwe need to be mindful and played up pish. But fortunately for the batsman, into the gap. The batsman will take a couple of runs. Fernando gives chase and just prevents it to 2. So coming back, I think Zimbabwe need to be mindful that there is spin on this wicket. They can't afford to give that many runs because batting last will not be easy, especially if Namibia has spin in their ranks. So they've got to be mindful.
And exactly, and Namibian captain said he wanted 150 on the board. So if they get to that total, which is a tough ask considering the circumstances now, but if they do get to a total around 120 plus, that is still something that you can fight for. Certainly 70 is not yet enough, but 120 as of right now is something to fight for.
So end of 25 overs, 71 for 5.
Mama Gajaman.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinner's Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Don over there, please. So most likely Fernando will continue his 7th over. Captured 3 wickets. And his partner in crime, Wagmaria, has bowled 7 overs, given away 18 runs and captured 2 wickets.
Certainly aren't short spells here for the bowlers. They are over 50. 55 years of age, Nalaka Fernando, but can bowl for a long spell, a lengthy spell. I think he'll finish off his 9 overs here in just one go. That's extremely impressive.
Absolutely, and I think he's got into a good groove as well. Nalaka Fernando. Lovely action.
You see the conditions as well. It's extremely hot, scorching, humid. But to do this, it's impressive. It's something that you should be proud about.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I think we've got an easier task seated here, critiquing the game out in the middle. But the boys out there fighting it out. Over 50, the IMC World Cup. The Namibian Over-50s battling it out. That was beautifully bowled. Sharp turn by Nalaka. Beautifully bowled. Unfortunately, I think it turned a little too much for the liking of the umpire.
Interesting to see the replays here. Oof, yeah. Looks to be a close call there. I think it did turn a little too much because of the angle as well. He's coming from a very wide angle from the wickets. Might be clipping the leg stump. Not really sure. But brilliant bowling by Nalaka Fernando.
Well, he deserves a fifer. Needs 2 more wickets again. This time on the slower side. Tossed it up. Seems to be that Nalaka is tiring a little bit. Will he keep going? I think at the moment that was very slow, and it came extremely slow off the wicket as well. The batsman played it up pishly, fortunately for him, in the gap. This time a lot more body behind the delivery by Nalaka. Equally well played by Theron. He's on 6. Titus is yet to face delivery.
No, I think he's been changing his pace well. He has this awkward high flight delivery that comes your way and follows it up with the absolute ripper that comes much faster.
And of another impressive over, 26 completed, 75 for 5.
Now on Dialogue Television customers, watch Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 on your mobile without any data charges on the Dialogue View app. Live from 29th January to 14th February. Download the View app and add your Dialogue Television connection today. Dialogue, official sponsor of the national cricket team.
You okay to do that one? You okay to do that one?
So some adjustment made to the field. Vag Maria, the vice captain of Zimbabwe Over-50s, having a closer look at proceedings and having a chat with Brian Goodwin, the skipper of Zimbabwe. Adjusting the field, I think it's good. I think you shouldn't just go on with the game. You have to be active. You have to be planning
definitely
the overs, and it's good to see the captain and the vice captain getting together, not going with emotions.
Exactly, and
looking at opportunities to get the wickets.
Good to be aggressive as well, because they're not conceding runs off of the bat. It's just those extras, and I can't remember the last time the Namibians scored a boundary off of their own bat. So they aren't going for their shots, and the bowlers have been very compact and very, very economical. So it affords the ability to a captain to change fields and be more aggressive.
A wild swing, fortunately, missed the stumps. I think part of the reason why there was a long conversation is we are seeing a left-handed batsman out in the middle. Theron, not a good start, facing his first delivery, a wild hike. I think that should encourage Vag Maria to maybe toss it up even further. Beautifully bowled, equally well played.
That must be a hard hit on his legs. Vag Maria did save some runs there, but he's all good. He's back up and ready to go again. But it's good. He did use his feet here. I think one of the rare occasions we've seen them using their feet, and he got the ball on the full itself without letting the ball bounce. So the spin factor is completely negated there. So that's a good sign as well by Titus. A good start for him.
He's off the mark this time. That's a full toss. He's dropped it. I don't think he was expecting. It was a dolly of a delivery. Not well executed by Theron. He could have dispatched to any part of the ground. He just played it back to the bowler. It was dipping on him. My apologies. He didn't drop it. It's just that he lost sight, and the ball too. This time beautifully bowled. Outside edge.
A good bit of footwork as well by the third man fielder. But I think it comes to the reaction speeds of these players, because he was expecting the ball to come at a decent height around the chest level for an easy grab, but it just fell short of him. The contact wasn't good with the batter, so I think not having a good contact actually saved him.
That's right. So Vag Maria will continue to bowl from the far end, left arm over to the left-handed Titus. Titus has come in with an aggressive mindset. You can see this time coming on to the front foot. A lot more purpose in behind his shots.
He was trying to go towards the offside instead of using the spin and just go towards the leg side, because the fielders are so far in. You can actually get some runs towards the leg side.
This time takes the inside part of the bat. A quick run. Ooh. Nevertheless, I think good bit of cricket with these two out in the middle. End of 27 overs, 79 for 5.
Husa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Thanks, Gav.
So Nalaka Fernando will continue his 8th over.
Thanks,
Captured
Gav.
3 wickets.
Come on, boys.
A lot of cheer out in the middle. Well bowled again. This time beautifully bowled. Nalaka Fernando is ripping the Namibian batsman apart. That was a beautifully bowled delivery. Nalaka Fernando through the gates captures his 4th. Namibia 79 for 6.
Yeah, lost in 2 minds there. Didn't know whether to commit to the front foot or the back foot. The ball was on the perfect length, good length, just outside off. He's an off spinner, so he'll be spinning it in. And he actually got the necessary spin needed. Hits the off stump. It's the off stump. Definitely signs of morally in display. Pure signs of spin. And there comes a 4th wicket his way. Namibia right now 79 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Yes, and Petri Theron departs. I think my co-commentator Rajiva will be proud of how Nalaka Fernando has bowled. Bowling his 8th over, showing his class. We mentioned that he represented SSC and Dharmaraja College. Kandy was part of the under-19 Sri Lankan setup back in the day. And here he is performing wonderfully well for Zimbabwe. He's ripped Namibia apart, captured 4 wickets. I mentioned that he deserves a fifer. Got plenty of time for that.
Yes, definitely. Lots more time. And now it's the tail enders as well, so more opportunities for him. He just has to maintain the line and length, make sure the ball is straight onto the stumps. Now that time it was going towards the leg side. I think the Namibia batters as well needs to be a bit take initiative right now, because 79 for the loss of 6 wickets. They still have a lot of overs to play. So this will be the 28th over. By the end of this over, they'll have around 12 overs to play.
Yes.
Sorry, 17
you're
overs
right.
to play. 17 overs to play.
And we've got Nalaka bowling his 8th over. Got 8 deliveries more. Nokia is facing this time a little uppish. I think Nalaka, the previous 2 deliveries was more on the straighter line, has made his adjustment. I think he's getting good enough spin to afford to bowl right outside off stump. Again, you see spin and bounce. The wicket keeper 2 is finding it difficult to
the wicket keeper has
judge.
had a tough time the entire match.
Absolutely, I think you need to give credit to Nalaka. Another over comes to an end. 28 overs completed, 79 for 6.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Here the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Yes, the total is 79 for the loss of 6 wickets after 28 overs. Wagmaria will be back in the attack. Left arm bowling to the left-handed batsman Titus. Oof, an absolute ripper there with pace. The wicketkeeper had no chance. The ball travels towards the boundary. It stops right in front of the boundary. So no 4 runs. Definitely did change. No, actually had run for 2 runs. Welcome 2 runs there for Namibia. Brings the total up to 81.
This time the left arm spinner, 2, ripping it in.
Absolute peach of a delivery there. The spin that comes in towards the batsman was immense.
So Wagmaria bowling his final over. It's been a wonderful spell. He's captured 2 wickets. We'll be looking to get another 81 for 6. Namibia struggling out in the middle. It's been a wonderful spell by Wagmaria, bowling 9 overs on the trot. He together with this time Apesh. Titus is not afraid to use his feet and play the aggressive shots.
And you can see he's coming, just dancing around in front of the pitch, making sure he comes to the ball. He actually negates the spin factor here, and that's actually brilliant from him because he's negotiating the bowlers very well. 5 runs off of 6 deliveries, that might not look much, but considering the rate they were batting, every single batter before him, he's batting at an extremely brilliant rate.
You're right, I think he has the right approach on this wicket. There is a bit of turn. You can't survive. You have to look for runs. And Titus has walked in with purpose, not afraid to play his shots, and so far he's had some success. Oh, he's dropped it.
That's a misfield.
Did all the hard work, ran in. Unfortunately, in the last minute, took his eyes off the ball and missed a pretty straightforward chance.
Ran all the way in and got it at a comfortable height as well. But it was he must be disappointed to have dropped that catch.
Leading edge, beautifully bowled by Wagmaria. Unfortunately, the fielder did not support him.
And there you go, Wagmaria this time bowling in much more flatter and shorter. So Titus is creating his own opportunities here. And Nokia was also following up on what he's doing, because in the last delivery Nokia faced, he also ran.
So end of 29 overs, Namibia 83 for 6.
ඔස්ට්‍රේලියානු ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා තරග සංචාරය 2025. ටෙස්ට් තරග 2ක් සහ එක් දින තරග 2ක් ජනවාරි 29 වනදා සිට පෙබරවාරි 14 වනදා දක්වා. Dialogue Television 10 Cricket සහ Sony Sports 5 HD ඔස්සේ සජීවීව නරඹන්න. ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීම SMS හෝ My Dialogue app මගින්.
So 30th over in progress. Namibia 83 for 6, and it'll be Nalaka Fernando to bowl his final over. Captured 4 wickets for 22. These 2 bowlers have bowled brilliantly. Complemented each other, left arm spinner and the right arm off spinner Nalaka. Showing his class with a wonderful side on action. Imparts a lot of spin, gets the revolution, and not afraid to vary his pace.
But now the Namibians are getting runs off of their bat. Titus and Nokia have been playing extremely well.
There you see, wonderful action, smooth action, comes side on. and gives it a rip. Lovely to see. There's a lot of revolution on that ball. And so far, no surprises. He's had success.
Exactly. Now Titus, this is different for Titus because now the ball is spinning away from him. Obviously, it was easier to dance down the track against Maria, who was spinning towards him. We'll see what his approach will
yeah,
be.
Nando, that's it.
Brilliant. Covering the off stump. So he could have actually gone for a shot there, a sweep shot to something, a slog sweep. But you see the intent there. His approach is very, very good.
Oh, where is it?
Oh,
Unsighted. Apologies, Nando.
some tired legs.
And surprise as well that it ended up being a leading edge.
A full toss, batsman Titus missed it, partly because he walks across, played a little too early, and again powerfully driven back towards the bowler. This time Nalaka fields it cleanly. Just one more delivery left.
One more. He's also feeling the heat. It's very evident here. There you go. Oh!
Well,
there it is. The wicketkeeper finally getting the chance to show his true colours, allowing Nalaka Fernando to get that five to end his.
Well, it'll be an interesting replay.
See.
I think it was bowled. Let's watch the replays. No, it's that's a lucky stump.
I mean, I was credited a wicketkeeper there, but interesting. I mean, it technically is a stumping wicket, but
deflected. He missed it. And
missed the bat, missed the wicket, even missed the wicketkeeper as well. So
Theron, the left-hander, departs, but you need to recognize and acknowledge the wonderful spell of bowling by Nalaka Fernando, capturing his 5th wicket.
And Nalaka
final delivery.
Nalaka Fernando wouldn't mind how it even happened or transpired. As long as he gets the wicket, that's his well-earned 5-4, the end of his spell as well, so he can get a rest as well now. He looked a bit tired towards the end of his spell. Now he can get his rest, duly deserved rest. And we can see a change in bowling as well. Haven't seen that in, 20 overs almost? Close to 20 overs.
Yes, each bowler is allowed to bowl a quota of 9 overs, and these two bowlers, the left-arm spin of Maria and Nalaka Fernando, bowled 18 overs in tandem, completed their spell, and at the moment, you've got a bowling change, and you've also got Joseph walking in. Joseph was part of our commentary team a couple of overs back, was summoned when Namibia started losing plenty of wickets, the middle part of their innings, and here they are at the end of 30 overs, lost 7 wickets.
Yes, more spin coming their way. They certainly seem to be playing with the conditions. They're
Come on, boys. Come on, Mana. Yeah. Guni.
So 30 overs completed. Namibia 7 wickets down for 84. And welcome to the Combox, Eran.
Hi, Faraz. I mean, it's really interesting, and I really loved looking how Nalaka Fernando was bowling. Well-deserved 5 wickets back for him. I mean, he really deserved it, even though it was, I would say, a lucky chance which was created by the wicketkeeper. I mean, hats off, well done by Nalaka Fernando.
Yes, and I think the skipper, Otsi, bringing in the changers, bringing in right arm leg spinner into the attack.
Lovely.
A lovely time to come into bowl. Just the tail enders out in the middle.
I've got it.
And generally, the leg spinners love bowling to the tail.
I mean, exactly. The tail-enders, they might find it a little bit hard to read the leg spinners, and they love to, bowl at the tail-enders, maybe run through these 3 wickets as soon as possible. 85 for the loss of 7 wickets.
So we've got Joseph on strike. This time runs with the shot. He's off the mark. That should give him some relief to be off the mark. First delivery he faced on the shorter side, but comfortably negated by the batsman. Plays it towards mid-on. Some sore legs out in the middle. You can feel the pain. That was Vag Maria, who bowled 9 overs on the trot. Feeling his hamstring hobbling around, I think.
I mean, it's almost 12 in the noon, and they're feeling the heat out there. Really tough times. And a lot of humidity, high humidity, and they might definitely finding it really hard, but it's really important to keep themselves hydrated as well, because
you've got to be hydrated, I think.
Absolutely.
We are in the shade but feeling the heat as well, and I'm sure these boys out in the middle are really struggling with the weather and the humidity, and I'm sure the reserves, the supporting staff will need to keep the boys hydrated. You need to take your liquids. And unfortunately, Vag Maria, after bowling those 9 overs, feeling the heat.
30.2 overs done, 86 for the loss of 7 wickets. I was having a chat with Joseph down in his dressing room, and he was like, I'm not a tail-ender. I have scored a couple of 50s even though I'm a tail-ender. And watch out, man. He was very positive, and I'm pretty sure he has gone out there with a positive intent. Looking at that half-hearted pull shot of the first delivery he faced, he looks a lot more positive.
There you see urging his non-striker to complete single. May have been a different perspective had Vag Maria been able to run, because that shot was straight at the fielder. Nevertheless, Joseph is off the mark.
Come on, boys, come
and after
on.
a slight delay, Lindsay will continue to bowl his right arm leg spin from the far end.
If you're just joining in, Namibia winning the toss decided to bat first. 86 for the loss of 7 wickets after 30.2 overs. That's the 8th wicket down. Poor shot. Bowling outside the off stump, and Lindsay managed to pick his first wicket. And
that ball was there to be hit. Nokia couldn't clear the mid-off fielder. A relatively easy chance for the mid-off fielder, who ran in a couple of steps, caught it comfortably. A few chances had gone begging, but on that occasion, the fielder made no mistake, and Nokia departs. 8 wickets down for 86. And I've always thought that the leg spinners were a lucky breed. They always get wickets off pretty innocuous deliveries, and on that occasion too, a dolly, a freebie that had to be hit, but the leg spinner usually gets the charm.
I would say the shot was on. He just couldn't place it over the mid-off fielder's head. It was short outside the off stump, turning away from the right-hand batter. It should have been put over the mid-off fielder down to the boundary, but unfortunately, he just couldn't time it correct. Just played it down the throat of the mid-off fielder.
Well, from Namibia's perspective, I think they need to first look at getting to that psychological score of 100 first, and then maybe string in a few partnerships, capitalize on some tiring bowling and tiring legs, and extend that. But right now, it looks extremely far get into that stage.
Absolutely. I mean, 14 overs left after this one, 84 legal deliveries. Maybe a 50 out of that would take them at least maybe to 130, 125, 130. That would be a very good score for them. I mean, it's not a competitive total, but to where they're sitting right now, they would definitely accept 125 or maybe 130 or something about that.
So Lindsay will continue bowling his right arm leg spin. This time again tosses it up. Joseph tries to play an aggressive cut shot, misses it completely.
This is very good bowling by Lindsay. He's throwing it right up there. He's floating it really slow and nice. Look at that. That's very good bowling. A bit on the short side at this point, but that completes over number 31. Namibia 87 for the loss of 8 wickets.
Buddy. Nando's in on the one here. You got that there? Drop there. Just come in front of.
So another bowling change. And I think the opening bowler, he bowled the second over. Right arm off spinner. Will continue from the pavilion end. Making some adjustments to the field. Getting a short extra cover fielder. No slip, but we saw that he didn't. He was more or less comfortable just tossing it and not imparting any spin. So the right field, I think you got to get the catching fielders in front of the wicket for starts off the good line and length. Kashula bowling his 7th over.
I mean, look at that spell, Feroz. 6.1 overs, none for 4 runs. Isn't that brilliant? I mean, I guess he has bowled around 4 maiden overs. It has been a brilliant spell. I mean, you will not be able to see a spell like this even in a test match.
You're right. I think partly because the openers were comfortable and they went into a shell. They should have been a lot more aggressive because unlike Nalaka Fernando and Wagmaria, he wasn't imparting revolution on the ball, wasn't extracting spin and bounce. It was more straightforward bowling. They could have been a lot more aggressive, but right now these two are comfortable just playing the dots, getting the occasional single and inching towards that 100 mark.
I mean, that's kind of an outside edge. Misses it all together. And the speciality of Kashula has been he's rushing through his overs and he's making sure that the batters have no time to regain any kind of momentum. Looking at that delivery again, that was an inside edge. Well done by the wicketkeeper. It has been a hard day for the wicketkeeper behind the stumps. Lots of wide deliveries, running around him, throwing himself to his right and left, finding it really hard. 32 overs done. Namibia 89 for the loss of 8 wickets.
Mama Gajaman.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
So, the right arm leg spinner will continue from the far end. Tosses it up, beautifully bowled. And I think the wicket keeper has managed to catch another delivery.
Very interesting. I mean, Joseph looking at that flight at delivery, throwing the kitchen sink at it, but fails to make contact. And Joseph is looking very positive, trying to go hard at the bowlers. Let's see how successful he would be. Once again, that has been smashed back at the bowler. Manages to get a hand onto it. Just a single. Surely might have
Come on, boys.
hurt his hand a little bit. It was smashed really hard. Oh no. Oh. It's very close.
Oh, Gav, that's
Another
beautiful.
tossed up delivery. The wicketkeeper likes it. So does the rest of the team. But well played in the end by Rensburg. A teasing tossed up delivery, but Rensburg.
Oh, Gav, that's beautiful.
Oh, again plays across. A risky shot. Fortunately for him, he got an inside edge.
I mean, that's a very risky shot to be playing against a leg spinner, a cross-batted shot. He's flying it up right there, and I don't think the cross-batted shot is the right option to go. He should be trying to go down the ground, I would say.
This time outside off stump, and Rensburg happy to leave it alone. 33rd over in progress. Namibia 90 for 8.
Once again tossed up. Lot of air given. Trying to sweep it, fails to make contact.
So end of 33 overs, Namibia 90 for 8.
England's finest return to the subcontinent. India rises to the challenge. England Tour of India 2025, 22nd January to 12th February. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
Look at this. The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My Lottery Dream Home. Mondays on HGTV.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙලට. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Husa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of Gulf Coast and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
ඔස්ට්‍රේලියානු ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා තරග සංචාරය 2025. ටෙස්ට් තරග දෙකක් සහ එක්දින තරග දෙකක් ජනවාරි 29 වනදා සිට පෙබරවාරි 14 වනදා දක්වා. Dialogue Television 10 Cricket සහ Sony Sports 5 HD ඔස්සේ සජීවීව නරඹන්න. Activate කිරීම SMS හෝ My Dialogue app මගින්.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialogue Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, one champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com. England's finest return to the subcontinent. India rises to the challenge. England Tour of India 2025. 22nd January to 12th February. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
So welcome back. Namibia Over-50s 90 for 8 after 33 overs. Just at the final break, the water break of the Namibia innings. So Kashula continues to bowl his dot deliveries and being so economical here.
It's been a very hot day here in Colombo, very humid. We're coming to you live from the Colombo Cricket Grounds. You can catch us on live on Papare TV and Papare TV YouTube and Papare.com and Facebook as well. That short and cut gets an outside edge. The ball is running down to the third man boundary.
Yeah, Ken Joseph gets the boundary for himself now. So they need to pick up this score. 12 overs including this. At least to get that score beyond 120, 130 for the bowlers to bowl at. And
it's a very welcome boundary for Joseph and the Namibian team, because I guess the boundary has come after quite some time. Joseph looks very positive. Once again, lovely shot.
As hammered through extra cover there. And but ball didn't cross the boundary line. I was for a moment instance I thought it is hammered through the gap to the boundary.
That is a lovely shot, but unfortunately the outfield not supporting. Just stops inside the boundary line. Managed to cross over 2 more runs, taking the total up 96.
Watchfully played.
Joseph has been very active out there, trying to pierce those gaps, looking for those quick singles, occasionally looking for that big shot as well. Flight delivery once again, defensively played. Kashula has been very, very good today. Decent spell of bowling. He's into his 8th over. Consider just the 12 runs.
It would have been impressive, more impressive if that wickets column keep moving.
That's another good shot. Down to the long on region. Just for a single that completes over number 34, Namibia. 97 for the loss of 8 wickets.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitam 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So 97 for 8 after 34 overs. Kashula bowling the last over, his 8th, for just 13 runs. Would have been more impressive if He had 1 or 2 wickets, probably the last 2 wickets under his belt.
Joseph on strike, unbeaten on 10 of 15, and Rensburg on 2. These two batters have looked a little bit positive, trying to look for those runs, which really didn't happen. Oh, that's a close call. Loud appeal and given out.
Yeah, that's the bit of juggle there by the keeper, and eventually picking up cleanly. That's a 9th wicket down for the Namibia Over-50s. Lindsay picks up his 2nd wicket, so Joseph departs for 10. That's a replay. Getting that thick edge. There you go. Bit of juggle here and there. And managed to grab it cleanly at the end.
The wicketkeeper is having a day of his life today out there, grabbing many options as we speak. Ken Joseph is walking back to the pavilion, out for 10. Namibia 97 for the loss of 9 wickets.
Stand fast. Yeah, sorry, Mr. Umpire. I was talking about the other sleep. Let's go, boys. One more. Come on.
There you go, Tim.
Feel it, Gav, I feel
After
it.
that brilliant catch, the juggling catch, he's pumped up now, saying, let's go, boys. One more wicket here.
I'm really loving his energy.
Oh, yes, Gav,
keeping
that's
wickets for the past maybe 2.5 hours or so. He might be finding it really hard. Might be feeling the heat. I love his outlook. Nice helmet.
That covers the entire face, not his head, Iran.
Exactly.
Probably feeling that heat on his head right in the middle there.
Oh, yes, yes.
Lighter delivery. Slightly bit of too full. Needs that ball a little bit shorter for it to get some turn and bite off the track. The previous wicket, there we saw some spin coming in. I think Feroz was mentioning in the pitch report there might be spin. What I see, there's plenty of spin coming in because there's not much pace on the ball. The ball is so slow, and there's enough time the seam to crack down and get some bite off the track. And that's what the Zimbabwe Over-50s have done, especially the likes of Nalaka Fernando. Probably he has had a run in this ground back in the days. And picking up 5 wickets for Nalaka Fernando.
I mean, the key highlight is the Zimbabwe spinners. They have really figured out and identified how the pitch is working. They are really bowling to their strengths, giving that turn and bounce. That completes over number 35, Namibia. 97 for the loss of 9 wickets.
Look at this. The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning.
Wow. I love my job.
My Lottery Dream Home. Mondays on HGTV.
Mama Gajaman.
So Namibia Over-50s 97 for 9 now. After 35 overs, Kashula bowling his last over. Interesting to see Kashula has not picked up a single wicket, but I'm sensing he will grab one this over because he deserves 1 wicket for his tight bowling. Opened the bowling with White and bowled brilliantly, but the wicket column is yet to be off mark here, so he deserves 1. He has 3 balls left to grab that wicket.
But I think Kashula is a more economical bowler. He'll maintain lines and lengths. His job there is to pile up the pressure. And as you can see, that's a brilliant catch. The highlights by the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, that was that was Tim.
As he is known amongst his teammates.
Yeah, Tim has been quite active. He has been diving left and right to get those white balls not going off bice.
He even has a stump under his name as well, stumping under his name as well. So a good day behind the stumps.
Yeah, you can see the energy.
Exactly.
We can see this from the stump. Mike getting the cheer up his bowlers. And is that the wicket? Yes. There you go. What I sense always. My instincts 100% intact. So there you go. Kashula picking up the last wicket for him. And eventually Namibia Over-50s 98 all out here at CCC Grounds.
Yes, the Namibians will be disappointed there. The captain wanted 150 plus, but ended up scoring just 98 runs. Started slow. The first 10 overs were very slow, but very cautious. But just ended up falling for the mystery and the brilliance and the magic of the spinning pair of Nalaka Fernando and Darshan Wagmaria. As Kashula ends the Namibian innings, that's 98 for the loss. 98 all out at the end of around 36 overs.
Brilliant performance by the Zimbabwe spinners. Started off very slow, the Namibians. And after the 10th over, they were 28 for no loss. Since then, what I felt was they wanted to pick up the run rate.
Exactly.
And probably that was the only first wicket partnership there. You can see the batting card. Fleming 18, Gauss 16, and Strange came down at 4, got out in the same over. Hudsenberg 1, Theron 8, Finessi 2, Titus Noge 5 and 3, and Joseph coming back in the number 9 position and getting a double figures of 10 runs. So, can you see the highest score runs was extras?
Extras, exactly.
If the Zimbabwe bowlers would have had more disciplined lines, they would have got knocked out Namibians for like 80 to 85 runs.
70 runs, extras 28.
Yeah, 28
but if
extras.
It's 0 extras, that means 70 runs.
Yeah, at least half of the extras
exactly
would have cut down and they would have knocked down. But anyway, around pick up the bowlers for me. Nalaka Fernando, 9 overs, 1 made and 23 for 5. Alongside Wagmaria picking up 2 wickets and Lindsay chipping in with 2. And the most economical out of the lot was Kashula, bowling 8.5 overs. And I was sensing he needs to take at least 1 wicket in his belt. Just giving away 14 runs in his almost the 9th over. And eventually he picked up the last wicket. So these were the highlights of the Namibia Over-50s innings. Here and there they got some boundaries.
A good foundation by the openers, but just couldn't build on it. The entire team just succumbed under pressure. Something we see often in international cricket nowadays as well. But some good strokes overall, highlights on the offside, onside. And runs were coming off the bat, but not often. The runs, the boundaries were scarce.
There he goes. You saw Tim behind the stumps. He was so energetic. Though there were so many. Well, that's the stump.
That is it.
This is. I mean, at this age, he was quite impressive for me. And there you go.
Been on his knees the entirety of the innings. The majority of spin bowling.
See Nalaka Fernando bowling with both and he.
Oh, there it is.
2 stumpings. 2 stumpings for Tim. And it was all, the highlights would have been now the follow wickets for the Namibians. And impressive bowling start off. That's the wicket of Ken Joseph. Another brilliant catch there by Tim. There you go, the replay again. A bit of juggle, but held on to it convincingly there. And the end. The bowling department, that was the last wicket. So the bowling department was held by Sri Lankan born Nalaka Fernando playing for Zimbabwe Over-50s. He picked up 5 for 23 and rattling the Namibia Over-50s for just 98 runs. And we will be back approximately in about half an hour's time to 40 minutes for the run chase from the Zimbabwe Over-50s.
Private Limited, Sri Lanka's premier destination for cricket enthusiasts and sports tourism. So, Pusa Leisure Private Limited is actually the only leisure company in Sri Lanka with its own cricket ground. We're here at the ground right now, and it's the second largest cricket ground across Sri Lanka in playing area. This is tailor-made to conduct tours across Sri Lanka, and we are here today to witness about the specialties it has to offer. It's only natural for you to ask, what's so special about this ground? Well, let me list out a few reasons as to why it's special to cricket, right? So this is situated in a 30-acre land, meaning you have plenty of space to walk about, have a look, and relax yourself. Second of all, this land is situated by so much of vegetation that the amount of wind that comes into this land is quite limited. So as you see, whenever we watch a cricket match, we've seen plenty of occasions where certain calls on cricket are interfered because of the wind. Now that issue will be limited in this ground due to the vegetation that surrounds this place, which is beneficial for anybody who comes to play cricket. Third of all, the lighting is just perfect, right? So it's well lit throughout the day, and the amount of sunlight that you get into this land is much more compared to any other cricket ground around, again because of the location it's situated in. And another specialty about this cricket ground is its grass, right? So usually whenever you go to any other cricket ground, the grass is quite smaller compared to the grass that you would be seeing in this special cricket ground when you come here. It's because we have actually taken a grass that is quite special to Sri Lanka. Why? Because it's easy to maintain, we know how it works, we can make sure that it's well watered, well cut. All of this is easily maintained because of the fact that this grass is special to Sri Lanka. So these are just a few specialties as to why this cricket ground is special for you. Alright, so let's talk about the pitch a little, right? So I'm here right now, and from the pitch to the ground, we have about 80 meters of a radius, right? And something special about the pitch is that it's elevated, meaning that anybody from anywhere on the ground can see the pitch properly because of its elevation. So even if you stay in that corner of the ground, the pitch very clearly because of the elevation that it has. Alright, so we have utilized certain methods to ensure that our ground is free of weeds, right? So our first method is recycling water. We have a natural source of water in our land, and we have taken the water from that into a handmade pond covered by polythene, and water from that is taken to our ground through sprinklers, and that is how we water our ground. And that water is later on taken back into our drain, which I'm standing over, and this leads straight up to the natural water supply that we have in this land. All right. Apart from that, we've also utilized certain methods to ensure that no water from outside is brought to our land, our cricket ground basically. So these methods are basically what we use to ensure that there's no weeds in this grass and that our grass is the same that we have maintained throughout from the start. Alrighty, Okay, so another specialty about this ground and how we're connected with nature, right? A fun fact. So if you hit a century in this ground, one of these surrounding trees will be named after you. So if you can see, this entire ground is surrounded by vegetation and plenty of trees. So whoever hits a century in this ground will get one of those trees named after them. So this is actually something quite unique. It's not done everywhere, and it's actually a nice opportunity for you to get a tree named after you. So this is something special that's happening here at the ground, and so far only 8 cricketers have actually hit a century and gotten a tree named after them. So if you want to come here and hit a century and get a tree named after you, this is the place for you. Alright, so you must be wondering what PUSA stands for. PUSA stands for Pujita Udavana Sports Academy. Pujita Udavana is actually the single owner of this cricket ground, and we actually have some exciting news. We will be providing this ground and facilities to the IMC Over-50 cricket tournament, right? So 9 of their matches will be taking place in this ground starting Feb 9th, and people from over 14 countries will be participating in this cricket tournament. So if you want to check out this ground and you would like to see a tournament, make sure you come and visit the PUSA cricket ground. Alright, I know this looks digital, but it's not, alright? We operate this scoreboard manually. How? We've used door hinges, and we've painted one side and we have not painted the other side. So using this method, we are able to make the numbers appear on the scoreboard. Usually it takes about 4 people to operate a scoreboard, but using this method, we just need 1 person to do all of the work. So it's a different way, it's environmentally friendly, and you can witness this when you basically visit the PUSA cricket ground. Alright, so you must be wondering where the side wickets are. It's going to be built right over here. It's still under construction, but we are expecting 12 strips to be made very, very soon. Alright, so now we're about to walk into where our hotel is going to be built. So we've chosen this specific location because it is right in between the golf course and the cricket ground. So in this hotel, we'll be having 2 wings, which is the cricket wing and the golf course wing. So depending on what sport you like the most, you can choose your stay. Alright, so another exciting part of our 30-acre land is this golf course. So the golf course isn't built yet, but I'm currently walking into the land that's dedicated for it. So on this road that we see over here, there will be an array of houses that will be built with a backyard facing this very golf course. So if you're interested in becoming an owner of these properties, make sure you invest right away so that you can have a house with a backyard facing this amazing golf course. So people that actually walk on the streets will not have a clear view of the golf course, except for the owners that actually reside in these houses. It will be exclusive just to y'all, so make sure you come and invest today. Alright, so this is where the golf course is going to be built, and behind me is one of the waterfronts that is available in this golf course, right? So obviously we know when we play golf that oftentimes we need obstacles to play the game right, and this is actually a natural obstacle that is available within this golf course, and we'll be making plenty more for y'all to have a peace of mind and also play the game really well. And also, another fun fact, which I've already mentioned before, is that all of this will be faced in your backyard. So whatever house that you purchase in this land, your backyard will be facing this entire golf course, these waterfronts, and all of this will be available to you. So if you're interested, make sure you come and visit this golf course and figure out if you want to be an owner of this amazing condo. Alright, so today we've spoken about how we can leisurely spend our time at PUSA Leisure Private Limited. But now we're about to talk about some investment opportunities, right? So we have about 49% shares worth of about $30 million available for y'all to invest. So we have some individual houses going on, and from that you will be able to get the ROI in less than 5 years. So do not miss out on the opportunity for y'all to invest in some amazing properties like this. Alright, so this is Pusa Leisure Private Limited. Over here we have our very own cricket ground, we have our golf course, we have condos, we have a hotel, we have so much to offer to y'all over here. So make sure you come and visit Pusa Leisure Private Limited and grab an opportunity to invest, have some leisure time and all that you need over here. Do not forget to come visit us.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritty. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action. the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestone. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
England's finest return to the subcontinent. India rises to the challenge. England Tour of India 2025, 22nd January to 12th February. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com. Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, one champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
I'd won Legends වැඩසටහන තුළින් අප ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් ඉතිහාසයේ ප්‍රවීණයන් කීප දෙනෙක්ම ඔබගේ ආදරෙන් ගෙනාවා. අද ඔබ අමුමට පැමිණෙන්නේ තාමත් සුවිශේෂී ක්‍රිකට්. ශ්‍රීමත් රොන් බ්‍රැඩ්මන්, ශ්‍රීමත් විවියන් රිචර්ඩ්ස්, ස්ටීව් වෝ සහ සචිත් තෙන්දුල්කර් ක්‍රීඩකයින් ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඉතාමත් ප්‍රවීණ වාර්තාවසක් තැබූ ප්‍රතිගමන් වුණාට ඔවුන් කිසි කෙනෙක් ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවට නවක පාරක් දායද කිරීමට හැකියාවක් ලැබුණේ නැහැ. ක්‍රීඩාවට නවක පාරක් දායද කළ ක්‍රීඩකයා ශ්‍රී ලාංකිකයෙක්. ඔව් තිලකරත්න දිල්ෂාන්. අයිබෝන් දිල්ෂාන්. අයිබෝන්. දිල්ෂාන් මම සාකච්ඡාව මුලින්ම ආරම්භ කරන්න කැමතියි ඔබගේ මුල් අවධිය ගැන යම කතා කරලා ඔබ කළුතර ඇදී වැඩම කෙනෙක් ඒ වගේම කළුතර විද්‍යාලයෙන් ඔබ අධ්‍යාපනය ලැබුවේ. ඔබගේ පියා පොලිස් නිලධාරියෙක්, ඔබගේ සහෝදරයාත් තාමත් හොඳ ක්‍රිකටරයෙක්. මට ඔබගේ උඩා කාලය ගැන කිසි දෙයක් පවසන්න.
කළුතර විද්‍යාලේ ඉඳන් ඉස්කෝලේ පටන් ගත්තාම මගේ පළවෙනි පාසල යාපනයේ සිංහල මහා විද්‍යාලය. ඊට පස්සේ තමයි කළුතරට එන්නේ. කළුතර තමයි ඊට පස්සේ පොඩි කම ඉඳන් හැන්සුනේ ඇදුනේ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව ඉස්ලාම් පටන් ගත්තේ කළුතර මහා විද්‍යාලයෙන්. ඉතින් අවුරුදු 13ක් පාරේ ඉඳන් 19 පාරකම් ක්‍රීඩා කරා කළුතර විද්‍යාලයේ. ඉතින් එතනින් තමයි ක්‍රිකට් ආරම්භය පටන් ගන්න. ඒක පොඩි ගමකින් පොඩි පාසලකින් තමයි මම ආවේ.
විශේෂයෙන්ම යම් කිසි කෙනෙක් කිව්වොත් ඒක ඔබට ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවට තිබුණු ටැලන්ට් එකට වඩා ඔබ ක්‍රීඩාව ප්‍රගුණ කිරීමට තවත් මානසික කැප වෙලා වැඩ කරපු ක්‍රීඩකෙක් කියලා සෑහෙන නිවැරදි.
ඔව් අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම මම සෑහෙන කැපයෙන් කරා, මානසික වුණා, ගොඩක් පරිත්‍යාග කරන්න වුණා. මොකද අපේ පාසලේ එතකොට ඒ දවස්වල මහා ලොකුට අපිට මුදල් තිබුණේ නැහැ, පාසුකම් තිබුණේ නැහැ. ඉතින් ගොඩක් අපහසුතාව මැද තමයි මේ ගමන මම හිතන්නේ. ඒ නිසා තමයි අර අමාරුවෙන් ලබාගත් දේ නිසා තමයි අමාරුවෙන් ඒකට සෑහෙන කාලයක් රට වෙනුවෙන් ඒකේ මේ මානසිකයෙන් ගත්තේ තමයි රට වෙනුවෙන් දෙන්න මට අවස්ථාව ලැබුණේ. දැන් අවුරුදු 18ක් කාලයක් ඒක දිගටම මම ඒ දක්ෂතාවට ඇවිල්ලා මේ මම හිතන්නේ වාර්තාවට එන්න ශක්තිය ලැබුණේ ඒක පොඩි කාලෙක කරපු කැපීම් එක නිසා කියලා මට හිතෙනවා.
පොඩි කාලේ විතර නෙවෙයි විශේෂම ඔබ ජාතික කණ්ඩායමට ආවට පස්සේ සෑහෙන කැපවීම් කරලා ඔබට පුරුදු නැති රෝල්ස් පවා ඔබ ප්‍රගුණ කරලා සෑහෙන දෙයක් කණ්ඩායමට ලබා දෙනවා.
ඔව් මම මුලින්ම එන්නේ කණ්ඩායමට කල්වක් ඉන්නේ එක්සාප්තිවර කැඩේදී. ඉතින් මට තේරුණා යනකොට ඒ අංශ දෙකකින් විතරක් ඉදිරියට යන්න අමාරුයි. ඒ නිසා තමයි මම පොලිස් වලදී ගොඩක් පන්දියවල පිටිකරුවන්ට සෑහෙන කරලා පන්දුව ට්‍රේනින් වල කරලා අවස්ථාවක් ලැබුණා. තරගයකදී පන්දියවල වෙස්ට් ඉන්ඩීස් වල ඒ තරගයේදී නොදී පන්දියවල පොඩ්ඩක් ලබා ගත්තා. ඊට පස්සේ තමයි කණ්ඩුල්ලෝ මේ පන්දියවන්නේ කයිටත් මම කණ්ඩායමට සේවය කරන ඊට පස්සේ පිටිකරුවේ කැටියටත් හැමතැනම බැට් කරා. නම්බර 7 ඉඳන් මම දැන් බැට් කරපු තරක් නැහැ. බෝල අතර දුන්නත් පළවෙනි ඕවරෙත් දාලා තිනවා, අන්තිම ඕවරෙත් දාලා තිනවා, ටෙස්ට් මැච් එකෙත් ඕපනින් බෝල් කරලා තිනවා, වන් ඩේ එකෙත් ඕපනින් බෝල් කරලා තිනවා. ඉතින් චැලෙන්ජ් ගොඩක් බාර දුන්නා. හැම චැලෙන්ජ් එකම මම සාර්ථකව ජයගත්තා. ඒවා සමහර තරගවලදී කළු ලකින්න වුණා. ඉතින් හැම දෙයක්ම මම හිතන්නේ මගෙන් වෙන්න ඕනේ 100% මගේ රට වෙනුවෙන් මම දුන්නා කියලා මට සන්තෝෂෙන් කියන්න පුළුවන්. සන්තෝෂෙන් දැන් මගේ ඇල්ලා පස්තැල්ල වෙනවා. මම සතුටින් ඉන්න පුළුවන්. මගෙන් වෙන්න ඕනේ යුතුයකම ඉස්ස වුණා කියන එක.
වර්ල්ඩ් කප් ෆයිනල් එකෙත් ඔබට විකට් එකක් තියෙනවා. විරාට් කොහ්ලි කවරෙන් බෝ.
ඔව් ඉතින් මම ඒ උඩවන්දව ලැබුවට පස්සේ ඒ විරාට් කොහ්ලි ගෞතම් ගම්බීරේ ලොකු පාර්ට්නර්ෂිප් එකක් තිබුණා. ඒ පාර්ට්නර්ෂිප් එක දැන් පස්සේ මම හිතුවා තරගෙන් ජයක් දාන්න ගන්න පුළුවන් එකලා. ඔබ තවසනාකට එදා
ඉතින් එහාට අපිට කන්ෆියුම් කරගන්න බැරි වුණා ලෝක කුසලානේ. ඉතින් තාමත් මතක් වෙනවා ඒ 2011 ලෝක කුසලානේ. ලෝක කුසලා අතරකට ගොඩ දැකලා තිනවා. ඒ ලෝක කුසල අවසාන අතරගේ පරාජයද ඉතාමත් දරා ගන්න අමාරු. ඔව් ඇත්තටම මොනතරම්ගේ පැවැදලත් හරි අමාරු. නමුත් ලෝක කුසලානේ අන්තිම තරගයට ඇවිල්ලා පරිදිච්ච එක ගැන ගොඩක් කනගාටු. විශේෂයෙන් 2011 ලෝක කුසලානේ අපි ගොඩක් හොඳින්ම ක්‍රීඩා කරා. අපිට ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්න තිබු ලෝක කුසලානේ. අද අපි අතින් ගොඩක් වැරදි වුණා ඒ අවසාන මාතනගේදී අපි නොකළ යුතු වැරදි ගොඩක් කරා. මම දැන් ඒ නිසා තමයි ලෝක කුසලානේ ඒ අපෙන් ගිලිවුනේ. ඉතින් ඒක පස්සෙල්ල බලද්දී අදටත් සෑහෙන දුකයි. මොකද ලෝක කුසලානේ තව කියන්නේ 50 ඕවර් ලෝක කුසලානේ දිනා ගන්න තිබුණ හොඳම අවස්ථාව තමයි අපි දුන්නේ. ඔබ ආරම්භ පන්දු යානේ පන්දු රකින්න කැට්ට ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා. මැද පෙළේ පිටකරුවෙක් කැට්ට ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා. ස්පින් බෝල් ලින් කරනවා මැද ඕවර් වල. සමහරක් වෙලාවට ටෙස්ට් මැච් එකේ ඕපන් බෝල් නුත් කරනවා ස්පින් එකෙන්. ගාල්ලේ තරංගයක් තිබුණා. ෂෝට් ලෙග් ෆීල් කරනවා. විකට් කීප් කරනවා. අමාරුම තැන් වල ෆීලිංగ్ කරනවා. මේ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ ඔබට කරන්න බැරි දෙයක් තියෙනවා. මම හිතන්නේ මම හැමදේම කරා. පන්දු රකින්න ගත්තත් උපරිම එක පන්දු රැකීමේ හැම ස්ථානයක පන්දු රැකලා තියෙන සමහර ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ඉන්නවා ෂෝට් එක සිලිවිඩෝ මේ පන්දු රකින්න. ඉතින් මම හිතලා පන්දු රැකලා තියෙනවා ස්ලිප් එකේ ඒ ෆස්ට් ස්ලිප් ඉඳන් ගලියනක පන්දු රැකලා තියෙනවා කව් පොයින්ට් එක. මම හිතන්නේ පන්දු රැකීමේ කොතනද පන්දු රැකේ නැත්තේ කියන එක මම හිතන්නේ කාටවත් මම හිතන්නේ මාක් කරන්න බෑ. මම හැමදාම මේ දේ කරා. ඊළඟ වගේ හැම වෙලාවෙම බෝල දෙන්නේ කඩුලක් ලබා ගන්න පාර්ට්නර්ෂිප් එකක් කරනවා. ඒ පාර්ට්නර්ෂිප් ඉදලා තියෙනවා සෑහෙන්න. ගොඩක් තරඟ ජයග්‍රහණය කරලා දීලා තිනවා හැම නායකයෙකුටම මගේ ප්‍රේම මම හිතනවා මම සාධාරණයක් කරගෙන රටට මම they can test again. First innings 150, second innings 140 සමයක් ගහලා ඊට පස්සේ තමයි පාකිස්තානට යන අවස්ථාව ලැබෙන්නේ එක් දින කණ්ඩායම වෙනුවෙන්. එක් දින කණ්ඩායමේ 11 දෙනා අතර නෑ මම ක්‍රීඩා කරන 11 නැහැ. එදා පළවෙනි මැච් එකේදී වෝම් අප් එකේදී උපුල් තරංග තමයි අරබියෝගේ ඇඟිල්ලේට බෝලයක් ඇදිලා උට ක්‍රීඩා ගන්න බැරි වෙනවා. ඉතින් මට අවස්ථාව ලැබෙනවා මම අදට ටොස් කරන්න යද්දි තමයි ඒ අවස්ථාව ඇති වුණේ. ඊට පස්සේ ටීම් එක වෙනස් කළා මට අවස්ථාව ලැබුණා ආරම්භක ප්‍රතිවරකයට ඉස්සෙල්ලාම පාකිස්තානයේ ගෙදා ගන්න පළවෙනි තරඟයේදී ලකුණු 39යි දෙවෙනි තරඟයේදී ලකුණු 80යි තුන්වෙනි තරඟයේදී ලකුණු 130ක් කරලා තරඟාවලි වීරයා සම්මානනවා. එදා පටන් ගත්ත ඒ පයිතිප්ප ආරම්භිත වෙකරිට මම ක්‍රීඩාවෙන් සමුගන්නකම් මගේ ස්ථානයේ කිසි කෙනෙකුට එන්න ඉඩ තිබුණේ නැහැ. මොකද හැම තරගයක්ම මම 2008 ඉඳන් 2016 වෙනකම් මම ඉඳන් ලකුණු 8500 9000ක් විතර ලබා ගත්තා. අර අවුරුදු 8ටම ලබා ගන්න තිබුණ ලකුණු 1000 ගණනක් විතරයි. ඉතින් ලොකු වෙනසක් කරන්න පුළුවන් වුණා. ඒ තීරණයත් එක්ක මම හිතනවා මගේ ජීවිතේ ගත්තේ තව වැදගත් තීරණයක් තමයි ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව. ලොකු රිස්ක් එකක් ඔබලා. නෑ මම හිතුවා එක්ක ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව මෙතනින් මගේ ඉවරයි. එක්ක මෙතනින් තව ලොකු දෙයක් කණ්ඩායමට කරන්න පුළුවන් කියන එක. ඉතින් අර වගේ ලකුණු 20 30 ගහලා කණ්ඩායමේ ඉන්නට වැඩිය මම හිතුවේ ක්‍රිකට් එක මගේ නැති වුණත් කමක් නැහැ. මම මේ තීරණය අරගෙන රිස්ක් එක ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ රිස්ක් එකක්. ඒ රිස්ක් ගන්න ඕනේ. ඉතින් රිස්ක් ගන්න අපේ ජීවිතයේ හැමදේම රිස්ක් අරන් try කරලා බලන්න හරියන්නේ නැද්ද කියලා මම හිතන්නේ මම ගත්තේ හැම දෙයක්ම ක්‍රීඩා කරද්දිත් ගත්තේ රිස්ක් හැම දෙයක්ම හරි ගියා. ඒ නිසා තමයි මෙච්චර සාර්ථකව මගේ ක්‍රිකට් ජීවිතය සමුගන්න පුළුවන් වුණේ. 2009 වර්ෂයේ
We are coming to you live from the CCC Grounds here in Colombo. It's a hot and warm afternoon, and Zimbabwe needing 99 runs to win from 270 balls in this encounter between Namibia and Zimbabwe. Right, then here's the scorecard for the day. Namibia winning the toss and deciding to bat first. We had a good but a very slow opening stand between Fleming and Gose, who are the pick of the scorers. Fleming scoring 18 of 44, Gose managed to score 16 of 60. And Namibia were bowled out for 98 in 35.5 overs. They had 28 extras under their scorecard. And here's a summary of the bowling card. Pick of the wickets and the key highlight for the day. Nalaka Fernando, 9 overs, 23 runs and 5 wickets with an economy of 2.56. And Wagmaria and Lindsay managing to grab 2 wickets each. Right, then now we have Rajiv Veerasinghe having the star for the morning session. Nalaka Fernando, who managed to grab 5 wickets under his bag. Right down there with Rajiv Veerasinghe is Nalaka Fernando.
So we have a special guest here with us, Nalaka Fernando, Sri Lankan born, who is playing for the Over-50s Zimbabwe team. Earlier, Nalaka Fernando in the first innings picked up 5 wickets for just 23 runs in the 9 overs, bowling his off spinners. Welcome, Nalaka.
Thank you, Rajiv. Thank you.
How was the wicket out there? I mean, I saw the ball is spinning a lot, bowling at the right hand as you picked up. So 4 right-handers, I suppose, and 1 left-hander, and there was the ball was spinning throughout your bowling spell.
Yeah, indeed it was spinning. Yeah. I was able to just spin, and I made use of the wicket maximum.
I saw your balls were mostly a lot of lighter deliveries outside the off stump, and you got the ball coming into the stumps. So talking about your bowling and your school cricket career, you have been playing cricket for Dharmaraja College, Kandy, isn't it? So give us a run through about your cricket life and how you got along with this team and to play in this over-50 Zimbabwe team?
Indeed, I started my cricket when I was small, starting from the age of under 13. Dharmaraja College, Kandy, I represented since I think 1985, 82 to 83 to 89, from under 13 to under 19, where I played maybe in 1998 whilst playing for First 11. I was able to, I believe if I'm not mistaken, I was the highest scorer in one inning along with Mavanath Pattu. That was 151. I scored against St. Peter's, and Mavanath Pattu fortunately played against Dharmaraja. So that was the highest score in that year. And then I was nominated as the schoolboy cricketer, best all-rounder and best batsman by the Sri Lanka school. And I was very fortunate to be among them. And I'm proud to be among them.
So what is the connection of yours with the Zimbabwe over-50s here, and how did you manage? You live in Zimbabwe and you have come along a long journey with this team. I was told by a few of them, a lot of them are gathering, just started their over-50s career this year with, and just 3-4 days ago you all gathered and you all had a very small practice session, and then you have come out of a brilliant performance here. So what is the connection with you with this team, and what do you do in Zimbabwe? If you can give a roundup for us about this.
Yeah, well, I represented LOLC Sri Lanka, where LOLC moved to African continent in 10 countries, where I was fortunate to be given the opportunity of working as the country head in Zimbabwe. And currently we have taken a company called Yambukai Finance by the LOLC with a 70% of stake, and where I've been in charge as the general manager over there, and I'm representing LOLC as the country head there. So talking about my cricketing, joining the Zimbabweans, where what I did was because since 21 I've been there. So since I had nothing to do, since my passion is cricket, I love cricket, playing cricket. So what I did was I just played, on my own, started playing in Indonesia, where I was fortunate to meet the Zimbabwean cricketers, one Ian who played for over-60s, and I was just bowling to him, and he just wanted me to come and play with them. He was playing for over-60s, and since then I was fortunate to be among them, played with over-60s since 2022, practicing with them, and hats off to the over-60s for making me believe in me, and of course giving me opportunity to play with them. So that gave me confidence to be among the Zimbabwean cricketers in over-50s. And coming here with the team over-50s, of course I'm fortunate to have I've been among this bunch of lovely cricketers, captained by Brian, along with all the 16 members, and the manager Siobhan, and the ladies who are with us. They've been really encouraging me. They believed in me. Of course, the first match was not a good match for me, where I didn't bowl well, but they knew that I could, and they always encouraged me. So which made me to play well in this today's match. Of course, hats off to the entire team of over-50s here.
All right, thank you, Rajiv. That was the Zimbabwean superstar in the first innings. Managed to grab 5 wickets, dismantling the Namibian batting lineup for just 98 runs at the end of 35.5 overs. So the target is 99 runs for the Zimbabweans, and play has started right now. 1 run scored off of just 2 deliveries. Warhurst and White are the batting pair who will start off the innings for the Zimbabwe side, whilst Joseph will be starting with his pace for the Namibians. Sam is bowling over the wicket. Defends it very gracefully. Again, like I said before, compared to the Namibian start, it is interesting to see how the Zimbabweans, how they would approach this game, because only 98 to score. There's no hurry to score runs. There's 45 overs to score those 98, 99 runs, as Joseph bowls again.
That's outside the off stump, driven firmly but straight to the fielder. No run added to the total. Zimbabwe opening batters, they have a very small target in front of them, but it all depends on how the Namibian bowlers would react to this score that they have in front to defend. They need to be very disciplined. They cannot consider any kind of extra, especially the Zimbabwe team gave away 35 runs extra to the Namibian total, which was actually the highest score that was mentioned in the scorecard, comparing it with the batters. That's flashed outside the off stump. No run added to the total. That completes over number 1 for Zimbabwe. 1 without loss.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
So we are back. This is the second over of the Zimbabwe innings. In the commentaries box, it's Vibhuda Vijayabandar alongside, of course, Iran Shamil. We've got Rajiv Veer Singh and Feroz Ahmed also will be joining us soon in a matter of overs. But right now, the target of 99 has gone down to just 98 runs to win this match. The Zimbabwe versus Namibia match currently taking place at the Colombo Cricket Club grounds, the CCC Grounds. Second over will be bowled by... We'll be bringing spin to the Namibian attack. It can't be easy for the Namibians because the sun is right on top of them now. Now it's the hottest and the warmest and the most humid of temperatures they can ever imagine. Now they'd have to walk and bowl long lengths of spells, and it can't be easy for the Namibians.
I mean, especially in Sri Lanka, as we speak, that has been swept down to the square leg region, down to the boundary for 4 runs. That's the first boundary for the Zimbabwe team. White not letting that poor delivery down the leg side go on its merry way, but made sure that it has been dispatched down to the boundary. Beautifully swept. No second invitation required.
Yes, it was a poor start by Titus, off spinner. Flighting it too high, no pace in the ball, no rip in the ball, no revolutions, just onto the legs. It was easy pickings by White. Titus had a good start with the bat, was aggressive, dancing down the track, but with the ball he did not get the best of the best starts he wanted, but we'll see how we respond.
Zimbabwe definitely look to up their rates using these 2 opening batters.
And that's a good response as well. Straight up, dot delivery. 2 deliveries bowled so far in this over. 4 runs conceded.
2 experienced campaigners as the opening batters, trying for a big hoik, but fails to make contact, given as wides by the on-field umpire.
And the ball was low as well, so that means he's not getting enough revolutions in the ball to really kick it out of the pitch. So we'll see how he bowls.
Ooh, that's a lovely delivery. Went on with the arm, but what Titus needs to understand is he needs to give that flight. He needs to throw it up there under the batter's eye line if he's looking for spin and bounce, and he should oh, that's a lovely delivery again.
There you go. There you see the intent of the Zimbabwe batters. They do not want to hang around. They want to get to their target as soon as possible. They're going for their shots, something we did not see with the Namibians. They were very conservative for the first 10 overs, and that indeed became cost them a lot of runs which they should have gotten, and maybe have gotten a total of around 150 runs. Was possible, but unfortunately for them, did not transpire.
That's outside the off stump and driven beautifully through the covers down to the boundary for 4 runs. Lovely shot from Vorst to open his account with a boundary. That's a pretty good shot. Looks very confident, both these batters.
Yeah, absolutely. The ball was short as well, less pace. A nice back foot drive towards the cover region. And it goes to show both the batters have already gotten a boundary under their belt. So it shows the aggression is there. And a good defensive shot. Defended it. That ends 2 overs. 11 runs for the loss of 0 wickets.
2 was done. Zimbabwe 11 without loss. We have Joseph to start proceedings for the third over of the innings. Required run rate is just 2 runs per over. But still, both these opening batters look very positive. And looks a great day for cricket. If you're just joining us, we are coming to you live from the Colombo Cricket Grounds. Namibia winning the toss all out for 98, in fact, 98. And Zimbabwe, in reply, are currently 11 without loss after 2.1 overs.
Just 88 runs short as Joseph bowls in right arm over the wicket. Oh, that's a poor bit of fielding and down in the mid-wicket region, and it goes towards the boundary, and that's a brilliant shot. Nice flick off the legs. Joseph missing his lines, and that's 4 runs to wide, brings him up to 10 runs in the total, 15 for the loss of 0 wickets.
That's a lovely shot, full in line with the leg stump, and he just beautifully drew it down to the mid-wicket region. Deep mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. It was kind of a poor fielding effort. You cannot leave away any deliveries because you have a very small total. That's hoiked down the ground, but a chance.
Oh,
misfield, and that
misfield. He seems to have gotten some hand to it because the ball did not travel towards the boundary line, straight towards the long off region. Actually, up his shot, but unfortunately could not hold on to it. Let's look at the replays because it was a big shot. Oof. Seems to have gotten some hand to it.
That was a tight call because he did not judge the run. He just came in before the ball reached him, and unfortunately it was over his head. Once again, a good comeback from Joseph. And it's very clear that the Zimbabwe batters have come out with clear intentions of taking on these opening bowlers of the Namibian team. And I'm pretty sure the Zimbabwe batters have been there out for about maybe 2.5 to 3 hours. They had to stand there the whole afternoon, and they need to rush back to the dressing room as soon as possible, trying to finish things off as soon as possible.
Yes, 35.5 overs is not easy. And they've been rotating the strike good as well. So far in this over, 5 deliveries bowled, 1 boundary conceded, but still, in total, 8 runs have been conceded. So it is an absolutely wonderful start for the Zimbabwe batters. 19 runs off of just 2.5 overs. So they're scoring at a rate over 6 runs per over.
This is very good attacking batting by both the Zimbabwe batters. That's once again cut away hard towards the cover region. Very well fielded. Equally, that completes over number 3. Zimbabwe 20 without loss.
ඔස්ට්‍රේලියානු ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා තරග සංචාරය 2025. ටෙස්ට් තරග 2ක් සහ එක්දින තරග 2ක් ජනවාරි 29 වනදා සිට පෙබරවාරි 14 වනදා දක්වා. Dialogue Television 10 ක්‍රිකට් සහ Sony Sports 5 HD ඔස්සේ සජීවීව නරඹන්න. ඇක්ටිවේට් කිරීම SMS හෝ My Dialogue app මගින්.
All right, 3 overs done, 20 runs. As Titus is back into the attack with his spin. A good delivery to start off. You see the attacking intent by Warhurst. Actually, it's White who's facing the delivery. Attacking intent there, but unfortunately could not get bat to ball.
That was a lovely delivery. Ball down the speed of the delivery. Down. Gave it a little bit of flight. White trying for that expensive shot over mid-wicket, but fails to make contact. Titus needs to understand the pace of this wicket. He needs to throw it up. If he could grab a piece of Nalaka Fernando's book, he will definitely need to understand how he needs to bowl the pace, especially. That was a lovely delivery in line with the stumps.
That's what less pace does, because you have to wait for the ball to come. And when the pitch acts up like that, where it gives less bounce, then you might get yourself in trouble because you are in no man's land going onto the back foot, but the ball is coming low. As Titus, a good start of the over this time around. 3 dot deliveries to start off.
Once again, that was very close. That almost shaved the stumps. That was so close. It was brilliantly bowled again by Titus. Blowing it really slow. Look at that.
Yep.
Oh, that was very close.
Beaten by pace, but not more pace, less pace this time around. Nonetheless, White is being very aggressive. 14 runs scored in just 14 deliveries. He has a...
This time down the track he comes. Drives it down to the mid-on region and crosses over a quick single. Smart move by White. Failed to make contact a couple of times. Made sure that he rotates the strike. Titus has managed to grab the pace of the wicket. That's good signs for the Namibian bowlers. Once again, beautifully bowled. That completes over number 4. Zimbabwe, 21 without loss.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ, යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂන් නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
All right, back onto the attack. Joseph, 5th over, his 3rd over. Starts off with the dot delivery. A good start. Titus so far, 2 overs bowled, only 10 runs conceded.
This has been a brilliant performance by Zimbabwe with the ball in the morning hours, and now with the bat. They have come out with positive intentions of attacking the bowlers. That was dragged down short. Half kind of a pull shot down to the long on area. Flat batted shot.
Yep, so far Warhurst 5 runs off of 9 deliveries. White 16 off of 17. Joseph has been relatively expensive considering the fact that they've only got to defend 98 runs.
Once again, a bit of an outside edge. Runs down to the backward of point region. This is really good running by these two batters. Quick couple of runs added to the total. Total moves up to 24. They are just running towards that target of 99. Both these batters looking for those quick runs, putting away the bad deliveries. Good intent by both batters. 75 required of 243 balls. I mean, the ball count will not matter actually. It's just the runs right now. Required run rate just around 1.85, which is not a number that we should be reading.
Nor should the Zimbabweans be worried about actually at this point. For them, it's about getting back to ball and scoring those runs, keep the scoreboard ticking, not put unnecessary pressure on themselves, because sometimes players tend to put pressure on themselves when the opposition is really not doing anything. So that's something they have to avoid right now, because they are in the midst of getting their first win of this tournament. Both Namibia and Zimbabwe have lost their previous encounters. Zimbabwe have lost 2 matches to England and Sri Lanka, the big names or big teams in their pool. Namibia lost to the United Arab Emirates, so it's a good time to get a win for Zimbabwe.
Once again, driven back to the bowler. 5 overs done. Zimbabwe 24 without loss.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
So 24 for no loss after 5 overs. Zimbabwe continuing their performance here early in the first innings with the ball, now with the bat. It's punched back foot straight to extra cover for a no run. Good afternoon, Feroz.
Very good afternoon to you as well as the viewers. So Titus will continue. White on strike. He's 16 of 18. That's beautifully played. Couple of bouncers, but a boundary. White showcasing his range of shots. They had to be hit, and he obliges. Takes Zimbabwe to 28.
Yeah, White is an attacking batter here. I was told in the break that White has scored 70 runs of 35 balls against the same opponent, Namibia Over-50s, in a practice match.
So he's all too familiar with what Namibia has to offer. Colombo Cricket Club ground. This time on the shorter side, again punched on the back foot. White has ample time to play his shots.
Yeah, he opened the bowling for Zimbabwe Over-50s and now opening the batting. And he bowled a decent spell in the first 6 overs. He bowled 6 overs at the start. Got the ball to swing here and there, but failing to pick up that earlier scalp for the Zimbabwe Over-50s in the new ball.
Well, not only did he open the bowling, he's here opening the batting as well.
Yeah, currently he's 21 of 21 deliveries, maintaining that strike rate and helping the cause for a quick finish here for the Zimbabwe Over-50s. It will help their net run rate, Feroz.
Yes, just a small paltry target of 99. And they'll make short work of this if these two hung in there. 6th over in progress. They've started off well. Not afraid to play the shots. 6th over in progress. Going at 5 runs per over. And if the trend continues, then I'm sure the match will be over before 20 overs.
Yes, seems like it. And, not much of an attacking approach. I see it's almost 6 overs done, and the run rate is 5 runs per over. So that's the end of the 6th over. Zimbabwe Over-50s 30 for no loss.
Now on Dialogue Television customers, watch Australia Tour of Sri Lanka 2025 on your mobile without any data charges on the Dialogue View app. Live from 29th January to 14th February. Download the View app and add your Dialogue Television connection today. Dialogue, official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Look at this. The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning.
Wow. I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
So we have a guest here, the com box from the Zimbabwe Over-50s. We have Richard Jarvis. Good afternoon, Richard.
Hi, good afternoon. Rajiva, good to meet you. Oh, there's another boundary from who have we got there?
Yeah, probably that's
Jimmy.
White. White is
Jimmy White.
yeah. Jimmy White. He opened the bowling, and we were just talking about White, and he had scored 70 runs in 35 deliveries previously when you all had a match up against Namibia.
That's right. Yeah, before Christmas, some of the squad and some of the guys from the who were playing for Zimbabwe before this World Cup went down to Namibia for the Africa Cup, and there were 2 South African teams, a Namibian side and a Zimbabwean side, and Jimmy cracked a great 70 very quickly. So yeah.
He seems to be quite an attacking batter. Loves to punch the ball. There you go again. Struck through the sweeper cover region for another boundary. And he has got few boundaries in this over already, Jarvis, and likes to see that approach from a batter chasing down this small target of 99 runs, probably helping the cause for the net run rate now.
Certainly the net run rate comes into play, doesn't it? But yeah, Jimmy won't hang around. He's always been aggressive, and it's great to see him hitting through the ball and not getting bogged down on a small total. So no, it's good. And of course we've got Mark Warhurst at the other end. So Mark's behind the scenes done an awful lot with the finances and just helping us organise and get ready for the tour. So good to see him out there and having a knock.
So after 2 losses and an outstanding, impressive performance, is that a 6? Rock on the back foot and punched it over mid-wicket. That's his first 6 of the day. And looks like he's hungry. He's hungry for runs.
Yeah, he just missed out. He was playing fine. He just missed out on the first couple of games, but he looks very settled there now. So hopefully he can just take this home for us. And like you say, do it quickly, get our run rate up. Because we took a bit of a hammering against Sri Lanka yesterday. So it certainly helped their run rate. And it didn't help ours. But hopefully we can turn that around now. He's going again. This one's
that's another boundary.
Sliced away over backward point and run away for 4.
Yeah, this over has been very costly for the Namibia Over-50s. So far has given away 18 runs, and he's making the maximum use of the first power play. There's only 3 fielders outside the 30-yard circle, and Jimmy White has already scored 39 runs in 26 deliveries.
26 is it? Yeah.
Yeah, he has scored 39 runs in 26 deliveries, and that's 19 runs off this over. It's another white called by the umpire, Ranmo Martinez from Sri Lanka. So talking about those 2 losses, and yesterday, day before yesterday, against Sri Lanka, and they chased down the target of 153 like the 22nd or the 21st over.
Yeah.
And
that's
castled him
between
Jimmy. The bat and pad.
He's that was just looking to play a steady forward defence and played around it.
Yeah, that the ball went through there was a gap between the bat and pad, went through the gate and crashing the stumps. There you go, see the replay.
He'll be thinking I should have just pounded that back over the bowler's head.
Exactly, he would have gone over the bowler's head, and probably because he scored 18 runs off his bat in the over, probably wanted to give some respect to the bowler and paying the price. So Jimmy White departs for 39, and Zimbabwe Over-50s 49 for 1 after 7 overs.
So I think
England's finest return to the subcontinent. India rises to the challenge. England Tour of India 2025, 22nd January to 12th February. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialogue View app and the papare.com.
So with the departure of Jimmy White, we've got Mark Saunders has come out to join Mark Warhurst.
Warhurst is the striker now, because that was the last ball which Jimmy got departed. And
right. Yeah.
So we have a bowling change for Namibia. Currently, Zimbabwe Over-50s 7 runs per over. 7 overs gone. 49 for 1. They just need 50 more runs exactly to clinch their first victory here.
Yeah.
The IMC Over-50s World Cup happening in Sri Lanka 2025. went flying just past the bowler. Probably a chance. Back in the days for Rainsburg would have been a catch easily.
Yeah, we just don't move as well as we used to, do we? So
that's a 50 up for the Zimbabwe Over-50s. Came in a quick time.
Watchful. Yeah.
Yeah, probably 2 bounces for the batter. So a free hit for Saunders here. That's pulled away straight to the short squalic fielder for another single. Kenny Joseph is there. So talking about that African tournament, how did the Zimbabwe team fare in with that straight past the bowler again? Arpishly played. So give us a roundup of that Africa's tournament against the South African sides.
Zimbabwe fielded a mixed side of. There was a lot of experience in there, and there were also a few new players who were coming into the squad who've come here as well. And then there's more new players that have joined them as part of this World Cup. But a few of the guys that had been the core of the team in previous years were down there as well, and they certainly competed. They won against Namibia, but both Namibia and Zimbabwe came up short against both South African sides. South Africa sent two strong sides.
Yeah, even today they have scored somewhere around 250 runs against 245 runs against Australia. Oh, that's a drop catch there. And straight to mid-off. And there you go. Is it Gauss or Fleming?
It's a let-off for Saunders.
Yeah, Saunders getting another life, and these two batters probably needs to stick on for a bit and probably ease them off for a victory. That's a replay. Short delivery. Trying to go over mid-off. And just dropped a sitter. So that's the end of the 8th over. Zimbabwe Over-50s, 54 for 1.
Mama Gajaman.
So Zimbabwe Over-50s, 54 for 1 after 8. And Javis, give us a small briefing of how these players, how they gather around and getting along. These players Over-50s, finding a proper team is not going to be an easy task. And you have had plenty of friends around, and now coming into Sri Lanka, what sort of a background you all had to form this team initially to come down here for this IMC World Cup?
Yeah, you know, of all the teams, Zimbabwe, with its history, has just meant that many of us aren't actually living in the country of our birth and where we spent our childhood. And like, for example, the guy that's facing now, Mark Saunders, I last saw him at boarding school. He was at boarding school with me near Bulawayo in Zimbabwe. And
how long ago was that? How long ago was that?
40 years ago last month when I last saw him.
Very long, 4 decades.
Yeah, and yet I turn up here and haven't seen him all those years, and it was like I'd seen him yesterday. And so we've bonded very quickly. We're all very similar, very like-minded guys, and so we pulled together. We had a few days training before we went into the first match. So yeah, and we just pretty settled as a unit. So.
Oh, Jesus. That's a juicy full toss, getting that top edge And the ball is flying towards the fine leg region. Another single. And Jennings is into the attack. So that's a pretty long time you're seeing Saunders and forming this team. And what I was told, that swept fine. Probably get a boundary there.
Oh,
bit of footy.
Nimble footwork there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the batters crossed for another couple of runs. So Zimbabwe Over-50s 57 for 1 after 9 overs.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinner's cooking out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning. Wow.
I love my job.
My Lottery Dream Home. Mondays on HGTV.
So Zimbabwe Over-50s 57 for 1 after 9 overs. They need just 42 runs to clinch their first victory. So I was told by few players that most of them are away from Zimbabwe and coming down here in short time, Jarvis, and gathering this team and bringing that momentum into the side, and also that clique who was not playing in Zimbabwe together, but now you're back on track with this comprehensive victory.
Yeah, they're two very, very good sides that we were up against with England. Opening against England, the champions, and for me, must be one of the favourites. Sorry, there's
that's swept for another boundary, and the score is moving to 61. These are all juicy full tosses here by Rensburg, and some of them are very short deliveries, so mostly those are boundary balls. You can see he swept it towards the fine leg region for another boundary.
Yeah, so quite a few of us have come in from England, and midwinter in England is that's just punch to extra cover for no run. Return to the bowler.
So that's the end of the 10th over. Zimbabwe Over-50s 61 for 1.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujithu 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
So 61 for 1. Zimbabwe Over-50s needs just 38 runs to clinch their first victory. And Jennings continuing from the scoreboard end. So talking about the side, you've got a Sri Lankan good off spinner who picked up 5 wickets today, Nalaga Fernando. He has done a tremendous job and rattled down the Namibian side for just 98 runs.
Yeah, he did. We've got a few illnesses going around. A couple of guys have picked up flu-like symptoms, and Nalaka was going to rest with me today, but we made a change because a couple of guys have been left at the hotel in bed. So Nalaka's come in and just showing us what a class player he is.
Yeah, he has brought Zimbabwe Over-50s a comprehensive victory with his off spinners.
Very much so. So he's been living in Zimbabwe away from his family, but he's lived there long enough now to qualify. Although he's Sri Lankan, his home is in Sri Lanka, but he's one of the loveliest gents you could ever meet. And he was so gracious and humble in his in walking off with Miss Pfeiffer.
Yeah, I had a chat with him earlier during the break, and seems to be a very humble person and done a tremendous job throughout his life in Zimbabwe, and he's playing some cricket there as well during the weekends. That's a brilliant catch, and that's the second wicket. The Saunders depart, and Jenny's picking up his first wicket. So Zimbabwe Over-50s 67 for 2. We need to see a replay on that catch. A diving effort. Short delivery, trying to go over mid-off. A good catch. So that's the end of Saunders for 7 runs. And Zimbabwe Over-50s 67 for 2 after 11 overs. So we'll be back after a short drinks break.
When Simon says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some kick, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitha 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
මම ගජමෑන්.
So welcome back to the Colombo Cricket Grounds. Good afternoon to you, Iran.
Good afternoon, Feroz. We are back as Zimbabwe are cruising towards victory. 11.1 overs, 67 for the loss of 2 wickets, chasing a target of 99 as we speak. That's another boundary added to the total. Beautifully swept by Borges down to the boundary, 5-leg boundary for 4 runs.
Slight misjudgment by the square leg fielder, letting it go, and a welcome boundary for Warhurst. He moves to 20, and Zimbabwe making light work of the chase. Paltry 99 required, and already they are on 71 for 2.
Absolutely. 11.3 overs, 71 for 2. A run rate about 6 runs. After that brilliant opening knock by White, Warhurst has been continuing with his good work of attacking, batting, and poor bit of fielding. And batters are coming back for the third. Oh,
they were quite happy to limit it to 2 runs. Just 26 runs required of 200 deliveries. And Rensburg bowling his leg spin, tossing it up, getting his line wrong on the pads. And the square leg fielder also is having a tough time, and will that be called bounced twice? However, the umpire had opted not to call it a no ball, feeling sympathetic. And this time again gets his length, tosses it up. End of 12 overs, 73 for 2.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් the Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD. ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂන් නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
...12 overs done, 73 for the loss of 2 wickets. 26 runs more required for victory. We have Rensburg into his 4th over. The spinners have not really been able to capitalize out of this spin-friendly wicket.
Well, they are tossing it up, but not giving the body that is required, the pivot. Just tossing it up, so very difficult. And as we speak, that turned and bounced.
I mean, that's exactly the line and length and the pace that you need to be bowling as a spinner if you're in Sri Lanka. I mean, if you do that, the pitch will do the rest for you.
On that occasion, on the fuller side, with Kuhn driving it powerfully, but straight to mid-on. This is a beautiful shot using his feet, but equally well fielded by the mid-off fielder. Just a single. Kuhn is off the mark. Raises his bat. Acknowledges the cheer from his teammates.
Once again, driven hard. Pass back the bowler. Lovely looking shot down the ground. 4 more. Good shot from Borhurst. And that completes over number 13. Zimbabwe 78 for the loss of 2 wickets.
The shot, he waited for it, powerfully drove it back past the bowler for a boundary. Just 21 more runs required. Kuhn on 1 and Warhurst 26 of 29. Going on 6 runs per over. And just 21 required. Well, the game may be over in 17 to 18 overs.
Yeah, the Zimbabwe team, they have come really hard, in a real hurry to finish off things fast and maybe run back to their hotel, because they might be surely feeling it really hard as we speak. It has been hammered past down the ground, but we do have a long on fielder cuts it off just near the boundary. One more run added to the total. It's really hot and humid right out there. The fielders might be feeling it really tight.
So muscles, and they've got another game tomorrow as well. So they need to recover fast, hydrate, maybe hit the pool, relax, recover your sore muscles, and then come back tomorrow. And they'll take on the New Zealanders over 50 at the Coles cricket ground. Well, that square leg fielder is the most wanted man with Rensburg bowling outside leg stump. The batsman keeps sweeping it, pulling it, but straight to the fielder, and the square leg fielder so far has managed to cut off a couple of boundaries.
That's short and flat batted down the ground once again, just for a single. Takes the total up to 18. We are just 19 runs away of completing this game. Zimbabwe inching towards quite a comfortable victory here over today against Namibia after a brilliant performance of bowling during the morning hours. Coming back with the bat and showing their skills here.
Much better ball by Rensburg. Last delivery of the over. This time powerfully driven past the mid-off fielder for a boundary. Brings the required runs to 15. That's the end of 14 overs, 84 for 2.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
"14 overs done, 84 for the loss of 2 wickets. Was the opening batter unbeaten on 27 and Con unbeaten on 6. 15 more runs required for victory. Zimbabwe would really welcome this victory after a couple of defeats. That's wide outside the off stump, called wide by the on-field umpire Ranmo Martinez. Take the total up to 85.
Again, beautifully played. The mid-on fielder tried to prevent that boundary by sliding with his foot. I think he was lucky that it didn't strike his foot. Tried a bit of fancy footwork. Fortunately for him.
That was short outside the off stump, flat batted. Oh, that's not ideal. That would have surely hurt.
This time tosses it up and Warhurst, who's on 31, just pats it back towards the bowler. It's just a matter of time before Zimbabwe clinches the victory. Just 10 more required of 183 deliveries.
$89 for the loss of 2 wickets. And if you're a Sri Lankan cricket fan, we have another game going on live between Sri Lanka and Australia. Australia currently 7 for the loss of 1 wicket after 2.2 overs, chasing a target of 215. An interesting game going out there at the R. Premadasa Stadium as well.
So the required runs under single digit. Just 9 required, little over 30 overs left. This time, will it be called a wide? No, Ranmo Martinez thinks otherwise. End of 15 overs, 90 for 2.
England's finest return to the subcontinent. India rises to the challenge. England Tour of India 2025, 22nd January to 12th February. Live on the Papare TV HD, Dialogue View app and thepapare.com.
මම ගජමෑන්.
15 overs done, 90 for the loss of 2 wickets. Healthy run rate of 6. And which really does not matter now. Oh, that's beautiful. Shot and pull down the square leg boundary.
Again, outside leg stump, short, and Warhurst obliges, pulls it over the square leg field. A couple of bouncers and a boundary for him. Just 5 more runs required.
Right then, now it's just 1 shot away. Let's see if he would go for that glory shot. Maybe not interested really, trying to thrash it through the covers. With a stop straight down to the fielder's hand.
I think it's good. He's not greedy. He's waiting for that loose delivery. Plays it along the ground. Tosses it up again, ample time, and this time cracks it past the sweeper cover region for another boundary. Just a single more needed for the Zimbabwe Over-50s to clinch this encounter between Zimbabwe Over-50 versus the Namibian Over-50 counterparts.
Tossed up short outside the off stump. Slow in pace. And was out there for 40 deliveries. Had ample time to rock onto his back foot and place it beautifully between that offside field down to the boundary for 4 runs. Was moves up to 40. Lovely innings. Paced it well and guiding his team towards victory. That shot again. Rocking onto the back foot. We hope the game should be done by the end of this over. Zimbabwe have almost clinched a quite comfortable victory, and that's the winning runs for Zimbabwe. And lovely looking on drive down the ground. And Zimbabwe manages to win this encounter by 8 wickets after they have completed the run chase of 99 after 15.5 overs. Warhurst finishes up at 41 unbeaten, which is a brilliant knock coming as the opening batter.
They made short work of this small total. 99 needed, and they only took 16 overs to complete the chase. Zimbabwe win by 8 wickets. The Zimbabwe Over-50s team win by 8 wickets.
It was a cracking performance by the Zimbabwe players. They came out really strong and hard in the morning. Restricted the opponents to 98 before they were bowled out within 35.5 overs and coming back and chasing it down in 15.5 overs. It has been a brilliant performance by the Zimbabwe players all in all. It was an all-round performance where every player has contributed towards this brilliant victory.
Absolutely, and I think handshakes all around Zimbabwe Over-50s. They're happy of the two sides. But the game was played in the right spirit. There's a lot of camaraderie, a lot of mutual respect. And there we see the Zimbabwe batting card. Wonderful reading if you're a Zimbabwe fan. White led the way with counter-attacking 39 of 27 deliveries. Warhurst was unbeaten on 41. He ensured that they finish it on a positive note. Saunders didn't trouble much, managed only 7, and Kuhn was unbeaten on 6. And 6 extras in the Zimbabwe innings. They made light work of the chase. Bowling, Joseph bowled 3 overs, didn't capture any wickets. Titus, but it was only Strange who got the breakthrough at the beginning, and Janice managed to get the solitary wicket, and the fall of wickets at 49 and the second wicket at 67.
Right then, here's the highlights of the session. White really took on the Namibian bowlers to the cleaners right from the word go. It was purely a lovely batting performance. He just played shots all around the ground and had no mercy for the Namibian bowlers. He swept, pulled, cut and drived every delivery which was loose and asked to be put away. Beautiful innings before he was out for 39. Those shots played with pure power. And before he was clean bowled for 39 after a brilliant innings of 39 from 27 deliveries. There was some brilliant fielding performance as well by the Namibian fielders, but unfortunately their total was not sufficient enough for their performance. And Borhurst, the other opening batter, who really made sure that he managed to get his team over the line without any problem. And it was quite a comfortable victory at the end of the day for the Zimbabwe team.
And the match summary is Namibia won the toss, elected to bat first, and were shot out for 98 in 35.5 overs. Fleming top scored with 18. Goes scored 16. And Joseph managed 10. And the pick of the bowlers, Nalaka Fernando, led the way with a brilliant spell. 5 wickets he took. Gave away 23 runs. And he was ably supported by Vag Maria and Lindsay, who captured 2 wickets each. And Zimbabwe in their chase only took 15.5 overs to complete the chase, with Warhurst, the opener, unbeaten on 41. White, the aggressor of the two, managed 39, and Jennings and Strange got a wicket each. And Zimbabwe ultimately won by 8 wickets.